Augsti godātais prezidenta kungs,
Your
tieslietu
Excellency,
ministra kungs,
Mr.
dārgie
President,
ārvalstu viesi,
Your Excellency, Mr.
skatītāji
President,
attālinātā formātā.
dear
Mans vārds ir Mārtiņš Daugulis,
audience,
un
my
man ir
name
liels
is
prieks
Mārtiņš
visus
Daugulis.
sveikt
I'm
konferencē.
truly happy to welcome at the
Intelektuālais
conference
īpašums
Intellectual
vīzija bez
Property
ilūzijām.
Vision Without
Konferences
Illusion.
tēma
The
aizrauj savā
topic of
dinamikā.
our conference
Proti,
is
mēs
very
dzīvojam
dynamic and
zināšanas
attractive.
sabiedrībā,
We are
kad
living in
valsts
a knowledge-based
spēja būt
society
turīgām,
when the ability of the
individu
countries to
labsajūta un
be
labklājība ir
flourishful
atkarīga no tā,
and
kā
bountiful
mēs
depends
spējam ar
on the
savām
fact how
zināšanām
we
operēt,
are
ka spējam būt
able
gudri,
of
ražojoši, ar
managing
augstu
with
pievienoto
our
vērtību.
knowledge and
Protams,
high
šajā
value
pasaulē,
added. And of
globālajā,
course, in the
atvērtajā,
global,
dinamiskajā
open,
pasaulē,
dynamic
viens no
world
pamatjautājumiem ir,
of
kā šīs
ours,
zināšanas
one of the questions is how
kā šīs
we
zināšanas
can
aizsargāt, kā
protect
šīs
our
zināšanas,
knowledge, our intellectual
tiesiskā kārtā
property,
padarīt par
and
savām
to
un
make
tādus
them
arī turēt.
our
Tāpēc liels
and
prieks, ka
only
par šiem
ours
jautājumiem, kas
on
ir
legal basis.
aktīvā izaicinājumā
The
mums, kā
issues
katrai valstī
which are
šodien
very
mēs
topical
diskutēsim
and
konferencē,
relevant to many
kas ir
countries, we will
starptautiska,
discuss
konferencē,
in
kas reizē ir
international
arī
conference
zināmā mērā
we are
svinīga
holding
konference.
today, which is
Patentu
also
valdei
an
ir 100 gadu
anniversary
jubileja,
conference
tas nozīmē, ka
devoted
tradīciju,
to the
zināšanas
centenary of the
ar
Patent
modernajiem
Office of
izaicinājumiem
Latvia,
tieši šodien.
and we will
Konference
be
mums notiks divās
discussing
valodās.
the
Pirmajā dienas daļā mums
synergy
dominēs
of
vairāk kā
knowledge
latviešu valoda, pēc tam
and
pāriesim uz angļu
our
valodu.
modern
Katram būs iespēja
technologies.
piedalīties,
The conference will be held
attālinātā
in
versijā.
two languages, working language is English, and translation into Latvian will be provided, and vice versa. The elevating speeches and discussions, as well as presentations by international lecturers and speakers, keynote speakers, will be very interesting. And now the floor is passed to His Excellency President of Latvia, Mr. Egils Levits. Thank you, dear participants of the conference and dear audience, ladies and gentlemen. Today I'm really honored and privileged to open the conference Intellectual Property Vision Without Illusion of the Latvian Patent Office, organized to mark the centenary of industrial property protection in Latvia. The international conference will discuss such relevant topics, reflecting the link of intellectual property with economy, innovation, as well as development of our education and training. The discussions, as well as talks and conversation, will be aimed at studying the latest and current technologies, as well as trends. It is really interesting for me to participate in the conference as well, because while I was holding a position of a judge at the European Court of Justice, I also discussed and also reviewed very many cases related to intellectual property in particular. All our lecturers and speakers participating in the discussion will provide their contribution, where excellent inventions and innovations occur. That is the environment where ideas meet with opportunities and chances to implement those. And if we are located and positioned in the fastest growing region of Europe, and that is Baltic Sea region, Latvia is a place where ideas can be turned into solutions. And I'm sure that our future of our country should be based on our intellectual potential, both creative and innovative. Many Latvian inventors, thanks to their creativity, knowledge, their determination, as well as courage, from the very beginning of the establishment of intellectual property and industrial property protection and system thereof in Latvia after the independence of Latvia was proclaimed in 1918, have provided and really voiced the name of our country on global basis, starting from the first patent applicant Jānis Prāts for his invention, the type of separating the heads of linen from the stems, and the machine constructed therefore leading to the globally accepted and recognized innovations in pharmacy and medicine, as well as machine engineering and mechanical engineering, artificial intellect, as well as entertainment. This all is covered by the intellectual and um, entrepreneurship testimony of the power we hold in our country. In last 3 years, Latvia is recognized to be one of the fastest growing regions in the European Union, and according to Global Innovation Index 2019, Latvia holds a 34th position among 126 countries. Of course, this is really good position, but we must strive for more and reach the sky. The national innovation system is being improved. The support programs are implemented, facilitating the attraction of private sector and investment from private sector into the research and development, and is also motivating companies and enterprises investing in innovation in particular. The key support tools and instruments provide the facilitation of businesses and research sector to join and provide synergy for implementing projects, as well as research and study, as well as commercialization of their inventions and their contributions, as well as transposition of those processes into businesses. The competitiveness of Latvian economy provides opportunities as well as advantages based on technological factors of the improving productivity and efficiency of production as well as innovation. Uh, Services, new production, as well as creation of new infrastructure for mass production. According to the study published by the European Patent Office as well as EU Intellectual Property Office in 2019, small and medium enterprises using the advantages provided by intellectual property protection in their own favor by applying for patents, trademarks, or designs have greater chances of growth and development than the companies who are neglecting the protection of their non-material and intangible assets. And the data of that study show that companies which have protected at least one object of intellectual property they have 21% greater chances for developing and having very fast growth immediately after startup, and 10% higher chances for becoming high growth firm if compared to companies who do not hold any objects of intellectual property protection. In addition, companies who are protecting their intellectual property on European level have even more chances of 17% to become a high growth firm. Besides, the study also showed and concluded that companies using their both patents, trademarks, as well as designs and protecting them for development purposes of their businesses had 33% more chances to become this high growth firm. The system for protecting intellectual property is more widely used also by Latvian companies to consolidate their positions and secure the advantages of investment not only locally but also on international level. And the latest research data showed that majority of Latvian businesses recognized and admitted that the registered rights of intellectual or industrial property increased the value of their companies by 63% and decreased the chances that competitors could steal their ideas could not produce and offer for sale similar goods and commodities, and these chances decreased by 52%. And the respondents also admitted that it was really important to take care of the protection of their trademarks, 77% of respondents, or design, 72% of respondents considered it very vital. Without the system to protect intellectual property rights, the growth and development of Latvian economy and businesses as well as entrepreneurship would not be possible.
Bez attīstītas intelektuālā īpašuma tiesību aizsardzības
Without
nebūtu
the
iespējama
protection
Latvijas
of intellectual
ekonomikas un
property, we
uzņēmējdarbības
would not have
attīstība.
such a flourishing economy
Intelektuālā
in
īpašuma
Latvia.
tiesību aizsardzībai
The
Latvijā
protection
ir
of
turpmāk
intellectual
tiks
property rights in
atvēlēta
Latvia
īpaša
will
loma.
be devoted a very special place and role in Latvia, including the National Development Plan, which is the top planning document of our national development. I'm truly happy and delighted to see that the conference participants and speakers include very wonderful cooperation partners, countries from which we can really learn and take over the best practices as well as support of international organizations. I would like to wish you a very fruitful conference. Thank you, Mr. President, for such an elevating speech. And truly to say, and honestly speaking, the protection of intellectual property is really an inalienable constituent of development of businesses in Latvia. And now the floor is passed to His Excellency, Minister of Justice, Mr. Jānis Bordāns.
Patiešām prieks atklājot šīs dienas konferenci sveikt Latvijas intelektuālā īpašuma kopienas pārstāvjus un nozares profesionāļus.
I'm truly delighted to welcome the speakers, participants and audience of the international conference and the audience listening of the live stream of our international conference organized by the Latvian Patent Office. This conference really shows that the human striving for knowledge and novelty as well as innovation is really well deflected and depicted by that interest which cannot be suppressed by very different conditions. It is really very interesting that we can really look back to that centennial we have developed and really stick to some aims for reaching the sky in the future. I would like to mention the time 1918, when the independent Republic of Latvia was proclaimed, when after the First World War Latvia was quite devastated and a lot of different businesses, cities and towns were devastated, but Latvia managed to flourish its trade economy and to reach a very good level of welfare in the country because of the foundations for establishing a system to protect intellectual property, industrial property in Latvia was laid. And the industrial department of the Ministry of Justice was superior to the Latvian Patent Office when it was established. And before the occupation of our country, the system to protect intellectual property was flourishing, and very many inventors were known globally. Walter Zaps, which holds a significant role among the best phototechnical inventors and mechanics in the world. And the smallest, the tiniest camera, Minox, was patented by the National Electromechanical Factory, which is abbreviated to VEF or VEF. And in Germany, when Mr. Zaps went back to Germany. He patented that camera and several other inventions then from there for his firm already. But in Latvia, we were inventing the very complicated agricultural machines and machinery. Cars and railway wagons were produced, and even airplanes were constructed and built, and different aircraft as well. The range of inventions in Latvia ranges from very simple inventions with practical application to very high-tech solutions in mechanical engineering, electrotechnics, agriculture and aviation, and inventions by Latvian inventors and creators who are very globally known. For instance, engineer Benjamin Joffe with his inventions assisted to build the very ambitious interplanetary probe Cassini to fly to reach the Saturn. For instance, physician Yuri Sopotnieks was co-author to three-dimensional invention of holographic efficiency. And I'm really happy that the Doctor of Chemistry Ivars Kalviņš has been among the finalists for the Award of European Inventors in the category for a lifelong contribution to this sector. And this is not the first instance when the inventors of Latvian origin were nominated for such a prestigious award. In 2018, the award of European Inventor went to the Latvian origin scientist Esther San Takeuchi, and she was also celebrated and awarded as the first scientist, a female who had received the largest number of patents in the world. And a former president of the United States, Barack Obama, called and named her the scientist which saved the lives of millions of people with her unique invention of silver vanadium, a battery for pacemakers for human use. And our inventions by our inventors the fact proves that our inventors and our people in general have been very knowledgeable, very skilled, very trained and educated. And while celebrating and marking the first centenary of the protection of the intellectual property rights in Latvia, within this conference we have opportunity to find out about the very many other names of different novators and the experts of intellectual property. And as the globally known physician, the best scientist of the 20th century, Albert Einstein, has said that the true intelligence is not the knowledge but the vision. And we will be discussing vision without illusion as well as knowledge, and that is really good wish for our conference today. And Latvia as a place on the global map where we can be very proud, we look into the future and have a very ambitious view on our future. And we are switching over to English.
Because our foreign lecturers are coming into the game discussing these issues. We are here on the table. And my huge pleasure for opening speech is to introduce Dr. Francis Gurry, Director General of the World Intellectual Property Organization. Do you hear us? The floor is yours, Mr. Dr. Francis Gurry. We are happy to hear you.
Your Excellency, Mr. Egidijs Levits, President of the Republic of Latvia, Your Excellency, Mr. Jānis Bordāns, the Minister for Justice of the Republic of Latvia, and Mr. Sandris Laganovickis, the President of the Director of the Patent Office of the Republic of Latvia, as well as all the distinguishing guests that are present, including my colleagues, the President of the European Patent Office, Mr. Antonio Campinos, and the Executive Director of the European Intellectual Property Office, Mr. Christian Archambault. It's really a privilege for the World Intellectual Property Organization and for me personally to say a few words on the occasion of the 100th anniversary of the establishment of the Patent Office of the Republic of Latvia. So in the first place, our warmest congratulations to the Republic of Latvia and to the Patent Office on the achievement of this milestone, as well as our most profound thanks to Latvia for its contributions to the World Intellectual Property Organization and to the international intellectual property community. Latvia has always been an extraordinarily constructive and helpful member state of the World Intellectual Property Organization, a very prominent member of the Central European and Baltic States group, and we are deeply grateful to Latvia for this very positive attitude to international cooperation in the field of intellectual property. And I thank in particular the Director of the Patent Office since 2013, Mr. Sandris Lagana-Viskis, for his very active involvement in the World Intellectual Property Organization. Well, this is a very timely conference and a very timely subject matter, intellectual property, vision without illusion, because it goes without saying that the world is facing extraordinary challenges right at the moment, and intellectual property in its own little place in the large world is also facing very significant challenges. I think one of the things that perhaps we are seeing, and it's a brave person that makes any predictions or any analyses of the current situation, which is extremely fluid and volatile. But one of the things perhaps that we are seeing is that the pandemic is causing the acceleration of a number of pre-existing trends that we saw in the world, and this is true for the world as a whole. For example, in the area of mitigation against climate change, we're all very much conscious of the clean air, hearing birds sing, seeing animals that has come as a consequence of the lockdown. Indeed, Mary Shelley, the author of Frankenstein, I'm sure you know, she also wrote a book called The Last Man. And that book, she was a very prescient person, a very far-seeing person, book written several hundred years ago. That book is about a pandemic which eliminates humanity, except for one person. And it's only when the one person finds himself alone that he's capable of appreciating the beauty of nature. I hope we don't get to that stage, and I'm sure we will not get to that stage, but there is an acceleration of this tendency. There's an acceleration of the pre-existing trend towards the virtualization of so much of economic production and economic activity, as well as cultural activity. And there's an acceleration of the pre-existing trend of the importance of technological development and technological change, and the weight of technological change. Where are our solutions going to come from for COVID-19 and the pandemic? They're going to come essentially, of course, smart management, but technology and technological solutions. So that brings intellectual property as a vital element of the innovation ecosystem to the forefront in the current crisis. And we see that beginning to play out in a number of ways, and in particular in relation to access to the technology that may be protected by intellectual property, or to the creative works that may be protected by copyright, for example, in a world in which during the lockdown phase we have all been much more dependent on cultural content for the enrichment of our lives. Well, this is a very tricky question, and it always has been a tricky question. I've made a statement about it recently, and in essence what I've said there is that at this stage of the crisis, I believe that the real challenge is innovation. innovation that will then give us something to have access to, because the reality, the stark reality at the moment, is that we do not have a vaccine, we do not have a cure. There are a number of candidate treatments that are out there, as we're all aware, but we're in a state of depletion of technological solutions for the medical treatment of COVID-19. What we need then is innovation, and after the innovation we will then perhaps have the problem of access. And in relation to the problem of access, there are solutions that exist in the international legal instruments and that exist in national legislation. But innovation, for which intellectual property is so important, is a very important forerunner before we get to the problem of access. At the World Intellectual Property Organization, we've taken a number of measures to seek to address little elements of the crisis in our world, being conscious always that this is a huge problem for humanity and well beyond our small world of intellectual property. We have put up a crisis management dashboard which enables you and all the stakeholders to follow in real time, really, the evolution of demand of intellectual property applications worldwide, and in the global systems of the PCT, the Madrid system, the Hague system, that are administered by the World Intellectual Property Organization. So the financial results of the organization, extremely important for all stakeholders and all member states, and also how the organization is faring in virtual mode, and the productivity levels of the organization. We have also recently, in the course of the last week, published on our website a COVID-19 IP policy tracker, which seeks to give information for stakeholders again, and in particular for applicants, inventors, innovators around the world, about the various measures being taken by national and regional IP offices to offer some relief for distressed applicants. Startups are a distressed sector. Liquidity is a problem. So many offices around the world have moved to grant delayed or lengthened periods for the performance of certain actions. Some have given grace periods for the payment of fees, and all of this information is of vital importance to startups and all enterprises, actually, and all applicants and users of the intellectual property system. It's available on our website. The policy tracker also gives information on the various regulatory and legislative measures that are being taken by, or have been taken by countries. For example, those with respect to access that I mentioned, provisions that exist for compulsory licensing. In addition, it gives information on some of the voluntary measures that have been undertaken by organizations and enterprises and other owners of intellectual property. Voluntary measures to give access, for example, free concerts, the free transmission of operas, the free availability of certain educational platforms for educational materials for students who may be suffering during the lockdown period, as well as the actions such as the renunciation of the enforcement of patents in certain jurisdictions. So all of this information is gathered. At the moment, we have information on over 40 countries, but it's building on a daily basis, really, and we hope to build a comprehensive picture, thanks to the member states, of the intellectual property system worldwide. We will also be moving to restart our meeting schedule. We've just published a new schedule of meetings. Until the month of September at least, they will be in virtual mode, and we've in the process of putting together a virtual meetings platform which will enable secure and safe and easy participation virtually in these meetings. So we face many, many challenges. I think I've mentioned only a couple. This is a very rich conference, and it's a very timely conference. And again, our warmest congratulations to the Patent Office of the Republic of Latvia on the achievement of its 100th anniversary. Thank you.
Thank you indeed for Dr. Francis Gurry, and thank you for congratulations and also for the input in the keynotes of opening of this conference. And we are zooming in from worldwide perspective. We are zooming into Europe. So my pleasure to introduce here and give the floor to Mr. Antonio Campinos, President of European Patent Office. Do you hear us, and how are you?
Good morning. I'm fine, and I hope that you're all fine. Mr. President, dear ministers, dear Francis and Christian, of course, a very good morning to all of you. And like Francis, the very first thing I want to say is congratulations in particular to the head of the Latvian Patent Office, Andrei Laganovskis, and all his staff on the office's 100-year anniversary. It's a fantastic occasion, and despite the current challenges, it's great to see it being marked with this virtual conference. It is an happy occasion, but there is no denying these are difficult times. And many people in the countries we come from, maybe even some of you, have experienced anxiety, sadness, and even tragedy. And I think we all extend our sympathies to all those who are suffering or have suffered. It is almost difficult to comprehend just how much life has changed for some people recently. But there is also something else that's hard to understand. 100 years on, we are still facing the same kind of pandemic faced by our ancestors and forebears. Then it was the Spanish flu. Now it's coronavirus. But there's a difference. In the teens, humankind has known several industrial revolutions, and now we experience a fourth with artificial intelligence, with the Internet of Things, with additive manufacturing or cloud computing or big data, and many more. And with this crisis, what we're seeing is really an acceleration of the advent of these technologies. And there will be further rolling out of the 5G. In the last 100 years, the IP system has become stronger and stronger. And 100 years ago, the Latvian Patent Office was established for a start. And Latvia, in turn, gave the world those who would make incredible advances against infectious diseases, like the dear minister just said. Immunologist Aina Musenise, pharmacologist Yanis Polis, and more recently, biochemist and European Event Award nominee Ivars Kalvins. And there have been many, many more. And since the Spanish flu, our nations have also answered strife and trouble and suffering with cooperation and joint action. Back in 1973, after more than 20 years of negotiations and debate, 16 countries signed the European Patent Convention, and we embark on a new era of cooperation. And it's one that has stimulated our innovation systems and supported inventors from Riga to Rome. And we are very grateful for the role that Latvia has played since 1995, when it became an extension state, and then as an active and full member of the European Patent Organization since 2005. As a result of those efforts, and all the others in the European Patent Network, the quality of our patents is higher, nationally and throughout Europe. The amount of patent information and technical and scientific knowledge is greater than ever before. And by working together, our scientists and researchers have greater access to that information. We stimulate debate, we support education, and we're providing training in intellectual property. And look at the effects. There may be no vaccine yet, but 100 years after the Spanish flu, we have an IP system that's better placed to support research and development into medicines and medical technologies that help us battle this kind of health threats. The IP system has supported other useful technologies, like algorithms, drones that can deliver medicines, equipment for disinfecting affected areas, machines for diagnostics, and software tools that help track fake news and communication technologies that help loved ones stay in touch in times of isolation. Thanks to IP, thanks to the efforts here in Latvia and our joint efforts in developing a European patent system, we are far better equipped to face the health challenges of our time than our ancestors were a century ago. But we still have much to do. We still, of course, need a vaccine. And in addition to the personal suffering already endured, there will be more financial hardship. It's a reminder that although we have achieved a lot to support innovation, we need to do more. As we face the economic aftermath of coronavirus and forecasts of negative growth, it is IPR-intensive industries that will help us to pull throughout this crisis. It is these industries that are the engine of the European economy, generating 45% of our GDP and 39% of our employment. Some of them have been severely hit by the crisis, but they have proven resilient in the past. And as we face the economic aftermath of coronavirus, we know for sure that it is those industries that will help us to be pulled out from this crisis. So it is crucial that we come together now to give these industries, and in particular the small and medium-sized ones, all the support they need. And that brings me to this event, Intellectual Property, Vision Without Illusion. To me, it describes our current situation perfectly, and I welcome this conference very much. As we contemplate the future, I don't think any of us believe there will be a return to business as usual or the old normal once this crisis is over. Today's vision of the future is very different from anything we previously imagined, even just a few months ago. This global pandemic is transforming all areas of society, including IP, and our responses will define tomorrow's reality. Already we have shown that we can adapt. This conference is digital. Our annual meeting of member states was digital, and our administrative council in June will be digital. But these are just immediate responses. And we have many long-term changes ahead. What will be our boarding policies throughout our 4 cities? What will be home-mooring policies? What will be policies around traveling or about interaction between the digital world and the physical world, or even between machines and human beings? At the EPO, we already started to address these and many other questions. And 2 concepts seems to emerge: more flexibility in work-life balancing and a much greener planet. And more pressingly, we are grateful for Latvia's role at the last meeting of member states when we assessed how patent offices across Europe could respond to COVID-19, extending time limits for payments of fees or waiving them for late payment. But there are also questions for the whole patent community. And if we have learned anything from the last 100 years, it's that open discussion and joint actions lead to better solutions, which is why this conference is so important. These challenges time are testing our strength and pushing up boundaries. But I believe that if we can manage to see past all the disruption and tragedy, if we can work together, there is promise and there is a huge potential to make our global IP system even stronger and better than ever. I will draw to a close here and simply say, on behalf of all those at the European Patent Office, congratulations to all those involved in Latvian IP on this wonderful centenary. Enjoy what you have achieved over the last 100 years, and perhaps, more importantly, acknowledge and celebrate the fact that those achievements have already helped us to cope with the challenges we face today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Mr. Antonio Campinos, and thank you for framing the issue in such a visionary way. And we are coming closer to our final opening keynote speaker, Mr. Christian Archambault, Executive Director of the European Union Intellectual Property Office. Good morning, and how are you?
Good morning. Very well, thank you. And welcome to you as well. Mr. President Levitt, Minister of Justice Bordans, fellow speakers, Francis, Antonio, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. This conference to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the Latvian Patent Office takes place under unusual circumstances, but thankfully, the human spirit is adaptable. The conference title, Vision Without Illusions, reminds me a bit of the word of a Scottish poet, Robbie Burns. Would some power give us the gift to see ourselves as others see us? We do not have any illusion that things look different in the real economy, in social life, and of course, in the world of intellectual property rights. However, the history of human progress driven by innovation, creativity, and now more than ever, adaptability, means that we find ways of climbing out of this crisis. Things may not be the same in some respects, but let's hope that in some respect, they will end up being better. This is what we all want to work towards. It is also what is driving the vision and the will that to have conferences like this one go forward, and I would congratulate the Latvian Patent Office on that spirit. The topics on the agenda are all forward-looking, dealing with creating IP impact on the economy, new routes to innovation, so tomorrow's youth. We don't forget that this crisis has taken its toll on everyone in terms of worry, stress, illness, and bereavement. We don't forget the heroic works of the health carers, first responders, and all those who are seeing that the essential services are kept running. However, it is our duty in the IP world to work together even harder than we have in the past. We need to find the best ways of getting back to normality, even if it is the new normality that the Spanish and other authorities talk about. So thank you for inviting me. EUIPO is fortunate to be well equipped to cope with online working as a result of the decision under our last strategic plan to make these facilities available for all our staff. I'm not going to pretend that we foresaw something like this. We did have the tools though, and we have quickly learned a new vocabulary, including Zoom, Jabber, Microsoft Teams, etc. Like you, we have had to become instant experts. These tools and the secure internet connection with all of our headquarters computer system have allowed us to continue working. And around 1,400 of us at EUIPO have been logging in every day from home, supported by a very small business continuity team at the headquarters. And it has been now going on for nearly 10 weeks. We have a call for volunteers to start getting back to the campus and to normality under strict safety conditions as from 8th of June. So I'm now counting the weeks to the full return. Operationally, things have been going well with record or near record production in dealing with the files and quality being maintained. We have extended time limits twice and continue to work with users that face difficulties. New ways of working, unsurprisingly, have shot up the agenda. We have moved to online meetings with users, the European Commission, Parliament, and cooperation partners. We will also be having an online meeting with our governing bodies, the Management Board and Budget Committee, in the beginning of June. My particular thanks go to Sandris, who is, of course, chair of our Budget Committee, and to the other member state delegation for helping to make that happen. We have an outstanding cooperation with the Latvian Patent Office and will continue to do lots of work together to bring the IP system closer together and make it even more accessible to users. Notably, online tools are allowing us to increase our interaction with our customers and our stakeholders. In fact, the users are telling us that they want online participation to remain an option for all future events. This is one of the many things we are learning about how to leverage this crisis to make improvement. Next month, we will start also to virtualize our stakeholder quality assurance panels, which allow user organizations to critique our definition of examination quality using real cases. In terms of future plans, we continue to work on trying to make the entire life cycle of businesses safer and more joined up, especially for small and medium enterprises. We are particularly sensitive to the situation facing SMEs seeking to protect their assets. We are therefore seeking to intensify cooperation with the European Commission, in particular DG GROW, in view of the new EU industrial strategy in which IP rights and the needs of smaller businesses play an important role. We are also currently investigating the possibility to accelerate a number of our own initiatives that we believe can have a positive impact on the costs and efforts facing SMEs seeking to protect their innovation or enforce their rights. This will include pro bono help from professionals that wish to join, in close cooperation with the Users Association, and also setting up new mediation services. It will also include advanced online tools to give users better access to information and better guidance. With regard to the specific issues of enhancing trademark protection on online marketplaces, we have organized separate workshops with a number of e-commerce marketplaces and with right holders. This crisis and the boost that it appears to be giving to online sales makes it a real priority to improve the situation regarding the protection of trademarks and designs in online marketplaces. In the context of the upcoming session on IP and tomorrow's youth, it is worth mentioning that we recently hosted a very successful online meeting with the IP in Education Network. Around 70 representatives from education ministries and IP offices took part. It is important that this type of work continues, as well as all seek ways of continuing to educate our children. So there are lots of good things happening. On the other hand, we do see a drop in filing volumes, which will have a serious impact on the office's workload and income if this continues too long. We are keeping a close eye on this, but IP rights have proven to be resilient in the past, and we are confident that there will be a recovery in filings, hopefully in the latter part of this year. To sum up, it is a real pleasure to be with you, even if by video link, at this important conference. We are doing more than keeping the lights on. We are providing an important degree of stability, continuity, and even hope. Whereas the current crisis might seem to divide us, it is great to see that we are actually finding ways of coming closer together. Long may this last. Let's keep learning and growing together and keep cooperating so that we can get back to not just normality, but move on to better times. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Mr. Archambault for wonderful opening remarks and at the same time giving to everyone hope within this challenging field we are living in. And now is the moment when we are switching again back to Latvian. Dāmas un kungi, šis ir mirklis, kad mēs atkal pārējām uz latviešu valodu.
Now we are switching back to Latvian because right now we will hear the head of the Latvian Patent Office. It is the opening speech, but at the same time it's already informative message and it is the host of today's event. It is my pleasure to say we will hear Mr. Laganovskis. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, Mr. President, Minister of Justice, heads of international organizations, participants of this virtual conference in Latvia and outside, friends, ladies and gentlemen, I'm really pleased on behalf of Patent Office to address you in this virtual conference, Intellectual Property, Vision Without Illusions, which is organized to 100 years of the intellectual property protection system in Latvia. And now I will continue in the working language of this conference.
Celebrating 100 years anniversary of the Latvian Patent Office is a unique event. But let me start my remarks about the format of today's conference. Initially, we foreseen that this conference will take place in Riga in person, and intellectual property experts will be able to discuss the newest challenges of intellectual property. But with the start of pandemic, we were faced with a choice, and I think the choice which many faced. Do we postpone the event? Do we transfer that to the virtual environment? And we were, in a way, in a symbolic crossroads, marking the past 100 years achievement and in between of present work methods and future unknown work methods. And I'm very glad that we crossed this symbolic Rubicon, and in the Latvian Patent Office we want and we need to anticipate the new approaches, the new ways how to do things. And I believe that this new format will be the new normal, and moreover, it brings more added value. It allows every participant, for wherever he is, to participate in today's event. And before touching upon the challenges of intellectual property in future, allow me to address briefly to the past 100 years in protecting intellectual property in Latvia. And as Winston Churchill has said, the further back you can look, the further forward you are likely to see. And if we look at the events which took place 100 years ago, the foundations of the protection of industrial property rights in Latvia were laid soon after the proclamation of independent state in 1918. And the Latvian Patent Office was established soon after in early 1920. And so later on, Latvia in 1925 joined the two important treaties, international one on the intellectual property, Paris Convention for protection of industrial rights, and the Madrid Agreement on international registration of marks. By the end of 1940, more than 3,000 patents and more than 10,000 trademarks were granted in Latvia. And these were granted to many applicants from Latvia and many applicants from around the world. And on the screen now you can see some of the examples of the first patents and trademarks. And they very well reflect the economy, industry, and trade at that time. And in 1922, the first patents were granted for a drying device to the UK company. The second one went to the German company for fuel-saving kitchen oven, and for a portable indoor air heater to a local inventor. And the interim patent protection as well went to local entrepreneurs for improving drum-driven clay mill and for a device to detonate railway tracks, bridges, and armored trains. The first trademarks in 1922 were granted for cigarettes packaging and candies. And as already mentioned by Minister of Justice, Mr. Bordāns, I would like to, in this context as well, mention the story of Minox, the smallest photo camera at that time. And it was invented by Latvian Riga born Valters Caps, and when he was living in Estonia. And as well, this invention was protected in many countries by patents, in more than 22, and the first one was granted in Finland in 1936. And it was actually Latvian biggest electronic manufacturing factory who produced these marvelous samples, and it was as well made more than 17,000 and exported till 1942. To underline our inventive and entrepreneurial spirit, we should also mention the Latvian inventors and scientists in the world. And on your screen you can see the Latvian origin inventors that have contributed to the sum of the world's important inventions. Just to name a few examples, in 1873, a patent for work pants reinforced with metal rivets, making the birth of our beloved blue jeans. Or Mr. Upatnieks, who pioneered in 1964 the first three-dimensional hologram in the United States. And this innovative and entrepreneurial trend continues. Also today, our inventors are successful in many fields. Just to mention a few, being that in pharmaceutical sector, for example, anti-drugs, anti-cancer drugs, musical equipment as one of the world's leading sound calibrating systems, new construction materials, or in the field of robotics and drone technologies. But now let me touch upon the present day of the patent office. And as for all patent offices, our main task is to grant rights as soon as possible, in the best quality of possible, and to be as accessible as possible to our clients. In the past 5 years, we very heavily focused on improvement of our IT systems. The new trademark, design, patent back offices were introduced, as well as new e-filing tools. And we also revisited all our internal procedures, and in 2018 the Latvian Patent Office was certified by ISO standards. And one of the strategic goals of our office as well is public awareness about intellectual property. In the last 4 years, we have managed to increase the number of our events and as well the audience who participates in them. But we also developed and provided to all Latvian schools the methodological material for teachers and how to teach about the intellectual property rights. Now turning to tomorrow's tasks of the Patent Office, and there are 3 main strategic priorities: further development of our e-services. In the next months, 8 new e-services on patent domain will become available, and we also plan to further enhance the user experience of our tools. The second, since our clients are so different, we will integrate more user-tailored approach in our services, and of course the quality is crucial. In doing so, there should be no place for complacency in the Latvian Patent Office. Ladies and gentlemen, and that brings me to the topic of today's conference, and which provides us possibility to reflect on a few challenges of the intellectual property. And that's why we called this conference Intellectual Property, Vision Without Illusion. And let me set
maybe seen and pose some questions to kickstart our discussions. As already mentioned by previous speakers, the current pandemic has changed very rapidly the way how we live and how we work. But besides that, there were many already developments which were going on. Just mention a few: artificial intelligence, 5G and the Internet of Things, emerging e-medicine field, as well as quantum computing and growing importance of software. That's why we structured the conference in three main blocks: economy, technology and use. And looking at the headlines in the last weeks, we see very strong and rapid development of e-medicine field. And I think in not so distant future, it will happen that apps will gather medical data, the sensors will make bodily measurements, and all that will be made available to our doctors, who on their turn, with the help of artificial intelligence tools, will provide and diagnosis and prescribe therapy. Or look at the plethora in big data that will continue to be more and more important and present in our daily lives and in a business. And it will be very interesting to see how and if such developments would change the current European position that, contrary to some other jurisdictions, pure software solutions are not patentable unless it has a technical character. Furthermore, the rapid development of artificial intelligence and as well on different artificial intelligence tools will pose many new questions. For example, inevitable one: can really artificial intelligence be legally considered as inventor? Or who owns the rights if the artificial intelligence tools various produce some new result? And to conclude, I would like to underline that today's conference format allows us to hear many experts, scientists, and as well every participant. And you all can submit questions, reflect on what was said by our lecturers, and as well provide the best solutions for future challenges. And as Latvian inventor Mr. Jānis Robiņš, who revolutionized the metal casting industry, has said, a researcher should look where no one before has researched, or where such researcher was not successful. Sometimes, only by slightly changing the approach, one can discover new things. And I hope with this mindset we will use today's conference. And thank you very much for your attention and your participation. And as a last word, sincere gratitude to our co-organizers from the European Patent Organization, from the European Union Intellectual Property Organization, and World Intellectual Property Organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Mr. Sandris Laganovskis, and indeed this will be dynamic day, and now we are moving forward. And as Mr. Laganovskis said, everyone can participate with the questions, Q&A, and also with the view on the issue, because we have made a very special poll, and the idea how you can participate in our conference is pretty simple. We are using the Slido platform, which means that you are opening your browser, or as I did, my mobile browser, writing in Slido, like Slido with a dot within, and there you write in the code of this event, IP Vision 2020. So Slido, IP Vision 2020, as you see in a subtitle there, just follow the subtitle Slido IP Vision 2020. And there we have the first question for you, in fact. From your perspective, which areas will have the biggest impact on IP and economy in the next 10 years? The medical technology and pharmaceuticals, computer technology and machinery, sustainable solutions and technology, or digital communication? You can give two answers, and we already can see how the picture is shifting, and we welcome you to share your views and perspectives, because we're going to use them also in the panel discussions we're going to have afterwards. And nevertheless, aside in the left side from polls, you have also Q&A session possibility. Type your question and just press send, and we're going to ask your question during the panel session to all our speakers and lecturers. So that's the rules of the game. We are absolutely in connection with you, and we can continue with our next speaker. our day is divided in three huge parts. The first part, IP as a boost for economy overall. The second part, IP and innovations. And the third part, IP and youth. So now we are going closer to economy issues. So my pleasure to introduce here in the Zoom platform Mr. Karsten Fink, with the field intellectual property, a power tool for economic growth, and Mr. Karsten Fink represents World Intellectual Organization. So Karsten, do you hear us? Are you well? And we are ready to rock.
Hi there, good morning. I can hear you well. It's a pleasure to be here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. So the floor is yours.
Excellent, excellent. So again, good morning to everyone. I hope everyone is healthy and safe. And let me first and foremost congratulate the Republic of Latvia and indeed the Patent Office of the Republic of Latvia on its 100th anniversary. It is quite an accomplishment. Maybe you could argue that the world hasn't altogether changed that much. 100 years ago was just after the pandemic of the Spanish flu, and we're in the middle of yet another pandemic. But of course, the world has changed quite dramatically over the last 100 years. And it is interesting that the intellectual property system has not only survived, but arguably it has also prospered. I understand that I have about 15 minutes. My role here as an economist is to provide a perspective on the importance of innovation to the economic growth process. And I can see my slides there. If we can maybe move one slide further, which provides an overview of my presentation, great. So I'll talk a little bit about the history of innovation-driven growth. And then I will talk a little bit about one of our most prominent tools to assess innovation performance, which is our Global Innovation Index. And I'll end with a few remarks on what the future holds, on the future of innovation-driven growth, if you wish. So if I could maybe start with a little bit of history, which is really fascinating. What you see in the first chart, if we could move ahead in the presentation that is in front of you, is essentially the historical picture of economic growth. I still see the overview slide. Maybe you could exactly, and one further. Perfect. And that depicts the evolution of gross domestic product per capita at the world's frontier since the 1300s, so more than 700 years. And the frontier here means the economy showing the highest economic output per capita at any given point in time. And for the purposes of this chart, this was taken to be England, Great Britain, and the United Kingdom up to 1900, and the United States thereafter. Now, what is interesting that for much of human history, economic growth was simply unknown. By today's standards, living conditions some 3-4 centuries ago were dismal, and they stayed largely the same from one generation to the next. And this changed gradually some 200 years ago with the onset of the first industrial revolution, which was powered by steam engine, cotton spinning, and railroads. And since then, sustained economic growth has become, in many ways, the new normal. If we could move to the next slide. This chart here relies on the same data, and it divides the 7 centuries into 3 growth periods. The first period, up to the early 19th century, saw only little and sporadic growth, and growth over that time period averaged around 0.2% per year. So very little economic progress. The onset of the Industrial Revolution then led to a sharp rise in the annual rate of growth to 1.1%. And finally, in the post-Second World War area, growth accelerated further to 2.1%. And that 2.1%, 2.1 doesn't sound like a big figure, but it actually is, because it implies a doubling of income and living standards every 30, 40 years. So in light of the centuries in light of centuries of history, the growth performance, especially in the period after the Second World War, emerges as both spectacular and exceptional. If we could move on now, there is virtual consensus among economists that while in the short term, there are many factors that determine economic growth, long-term economic growth is really driven by innovation, and historically, that has taken the form of a series of breakthrough innovations. For the purpose of a report that we published some years ago on this topic, we sat together and brainstormed on what were some of the major breakthrough innovations in history that really propelled economic growth. It is, of course, a bit of a subjective list. I'm not sure you can read the slide here, but the innovations you would find there are plastics, industrial steel making in the 19th century, the telephone, electricity, of course, the automobile, the airplane, nuclear energy that emerged in the 1930s, important breakthroughs in the area of pharmaceuticals, semiconductors, robotics that, to this date see a lot of innovation, the mobile telephone, the internet, dramatic breakthroughs in the area of genetic engineering. Now, it is very difficult. Economists have tried to do this to quantify how much breakthrough innovation X contributed to subsequent increases in economic output. There are some historical estimates, for example, that exists for the steam engine. But of course, at any given point in time, there are many innovations that drive economic growth. And it is really difficult to quantify what the contributions of each of them is. Of course, the intellectual property system has played an important role in driving innovation. If we could move to the next slide. If we could skip this slide and just move on exactly to this one. I think the first thing to say about the role of the intellectual property system is that it is one pillar of the overall innovation ecosystem that really determines innovation performance. And I'll say a few more words about that ecosystem when I will talk about the Global Innovation Index. But I think it's important to emphasize this because, in a sense, you could have the best intellectual property system in the world if other pillars of that ecosystem are not in place. If you don't have, skilled engineers, if you don't have, skilled people, if you don't have the financing mechanism to support innovation, the best intellectual property system in the world will do little for you. So it is important to emphasize that it is, a key pillar of the system, but it interacts with other pillars. Now, of course, the core function, one might say, of the intellectual property system, especially the patent system, is to allow companies to appropriate returns to innovation. That is the exclusivity that is conferred by patents on inventions, by industrial designs on design rights, that allows companies to essentially earn a return to their investments in research and development, in innovation in the marketplace that allows them to finance these innovations in the first place. But I think it's also important to emphasize that the intellectual property system, plays other positive roles in driving innovation. The disclosure function of the patent system is probably one of the most underappreciated functions of the patent system. It simply ensures that inventions are well documented, and the whole patent system, is a huge source of information about technology. And also, what we tend to argue as economists, the intellectual property system allows companies to specialize in what they do best. There are companies out there that are very good at innovation, but they may not be good at manufacturing, and they have the possibility to license out their innovations and this way have a sustainable business model. The patent system, of course, is at the center of all of this. But it's also the case that, for example, the trademark system makes important contributions by innovation. Large literature has demonstrated that things like first mover advantage, branding advantage, are ways that companies appropriate returns to innovation. And the trademark system is, of course, important there because it ensures that companies have sustainable branding strategies. If we could move on, I would like to say a few words about the Global Innovation Index, and I have one slide on Latvia's performance in that index as well. Just by way of background, the Global Innovation Index is a benchmarking tool that has existed now for 12 years. WIPO has been a co-publisher for 9 years. The latest edition, the GI 2019, covers 129 economies. And it is a composite indicator, that takes a broad view of innovation performance. It relies on 80 indicators that captures innovation performance. What are our objectives with the GI is, of course, to provide a tool for our member states to assess their innovation performance, to get a sense of what is the relative performance of a given economy to others in different pillars of the innovation ecosystem. And we hope that this is sort of a bird's eye tool on the innovation system, view on the innovation system that allows countries to refine their innovation policies. If we could move to the next slide, which has an overview of the model underlying the Global Innovation Index. The GI relies on 5 input pillars, and it relies on 2 output pillars. The 5 input pillars are institutions, human capital and research, infrastructure, market sophistication, and business sophistication. And the 2 innovation output pillars are knowledge and technology outputs and creative outputs. There are subscores calculated for these sub-pillars that are then aggregated into a country's overall GI score. As I mentioned, there are 80 indicators in total that make up the Global Innovation Index. Now, if you look at the results, and I'm sure many of you have had a chance to look at the ranking, the top-ranked country is Switzerland, and that is probably no surprise. You would find among the first 30 countries, essentially, with one exception, all high-income countries. The one exception is China, that ranked 14th last year. Overall, there is a strong correlation between a country's stage of economic development and its performance in the Global Innovation Index. And that, in a way, is not surprising. Of course, richer countries have more resources at their disposal to invest in innovation, and one naturally would expect richer countries to do better in the GI. If we could move to the next slide, and I think this is where the GI gets a bit more interesting to, in a sense, say that the richer countries show better innovation performance. I think for that we probably wouldn't need to have a composite indicator to arrive at that conclusion. What we do as part of looking at these data, we essentially look at the average correlation. We look at the average relationship between a country's economic development stage and its performance in the Global Innovation Index. And then we, in a sense, ask, well, which are the economies that are above expectations and which are the ones that are below expectations? So you have some economies, China falls into that example. You have economies that, given where they are in their economic development stage, in a sense, overperform on innovation. Looking at the innovation-related indicators, they are clearly better than what one would expect given their stage of development. And there are others for which the reverse holds, which then raises the question of where Latvia stands in all of this. Latvia is circled in this slide here. It may be too small for you to see in the slide, And the bottom line is Latvia is, I think, somewhere in the top 50. I forgot the exact rank. But the main point here is that Latvia's innovation performance is more or less where one expected to be given Latvia's economic development level. So by all means, I think Latvia is in a good position in the Global Innovation Index. What is probably more interesting, and we always emphasize this is the more sort of hands-on useful part of the Global Innovation Index, is to look at relative strengths and weaknesses. If we could go to the next slide. And that's where every economy in the GI, the first ranked, the last ranked economy, will always have certain relative strengths and weaknesses. And I know, of course, very little about Latvia's economy, so I can only tell you what, in a sense, the data points that we look at tell us about Latvia. It shows some clear strength in the human capital pillar. Indicators such as the secondary pupil-teacher ratio, tertiary enrollment rates are strong in Latvia. Also, the creative goods and services output pillar is a really strong one in the cultural, in the case of Latvia. Strong performance in the case of cultural and creative service exports, printing and other media as a percent of manufacturing, creative goods exports. Now, all these indicators, may mean very little to you. Just to give you an idea of, in some sense, what some of the data points us to. Weaknesses, in the knowledge worker pillar, there are some clear weaknesses. We use certain survey indicators on the percentage of firms that offer formal training, where Latvia doesn't perform that strongly. Also, if one looks at R&D spending that is financed by business, that share is lower in Latvia compared to many other economies. And in the so-called knowledge impact pillar, sub-pillar, indicators, computer software spending and percentage of medium and high-tech manufacturers are also certain indicators where Latvia seems to underperform. So, just that is, again, a bird's eye view on, what the data tell us about Latvia's innovation performance. Not sure how much time I have left. I know that you're already, in a sense, behind schedule. If we could move on to the next slide. I just want to end a little bit with some observations, and that I think is actually quite fascinating about the future of innovation-driven growth. If you remember where I started off, I made the argument that the period after the Second World War, so the period essentially from 1950 to about 2010, as far as the economic growth record goes, was the most remarkable on record. It saw the highest rates of average annual economic growth. Since 2010, growth rates have come down, and there was a big discussion in the economics community. Was that related to the financial crisis of 2008, 2009? To what extent, did that point to just, a slow recovery from a crisis? But as time has gone on, and as economists also have looked at other indicators such as total productivity growth, there's increasingly a view that the long-term rate of growth, and in that sense also the potential for innovation to contribute to economic growth, may be much diminished compared to where it was in the period after the Second World War, and even where it may have been some 100 years ago in the area of in the time of the Second Industrial Revolution. Now, it is of course always quite risky to make these types of predictions. From one decade to the next, things can change. There may well be breakthrough innovations that may not be on the horizon right now that could shape future economic growth. I think the really interesting aspect of this is that if one talks to scientists, especially if one talks to scientists, in the biosciences, people working on artificial intelligence, one gets a sense that in many scientific communities, there is a great degree of optimism out there, in a sense that people, believe that we live in a golden age of science, and because of the development of certain research tools, also the productivity of scientists in a way has gone up. So in many ways, that optimism of scientists, is confronted with the pessimism of many economists who look at not only economic growth indicators, but also look at declining R&D productivity, look at declining total factor productivity growth, and are more pessimistic about that. Now, there is a technical discussion behind that. There are questions about, are we correctly measuring things in the official statistics that tell us about economic growth and TFP growth and so on. And I think probably in 20 or 30 years, we will have a better perspective on these questions. As I mentioned, there's this joke, it's always difficult to make predictions, especially about the future. But, looking at the data, I'm personally also leaning a bit more on the pessimistic side. And, this is not to say we should, give up on innovation, just the contrary. I think we should probably double our efforts on innovation. But we also have to be realistic about, what economic growth returns we can expect from innovation that is to come. Let me stop here. I'm not sure how I did on time. This is of course a topic I'd love to say more about, and I'm sure there will be some questions. So maybe we can, leave then any further discussion to the question and answer period. So thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to say a few words to your conference.
Thank you very much, Karsten, for such an insightful presentation. And indeed, there's a bunch of questions coming in, and we're gonna take them at the end of the sessions. You also will be online at this moment. And we are passing the microphone at this particular moment to Miss Florence Mouradienne, which is the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development representative. And we are absolutely happy to have you here today. Florence, do you hear us?
Yes, I do. Can you see my screen or no?
Yes, we can see your presentation, and you have to put it on full screen, and we see also you a bit, so everything is in balance, and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. So first of all, thank you very much on behalf of the OECD to invite us today. We are very glad to be able to present our economy studies. So as you might already know, the purpose of the OECD is to provide policy recommendations based on solid statistical evidence. In other words, we are trying to create a set of economic studies which are both as neutral and factual as possible. The idea is to provide policy recommendation for policymakers. Concerning illicit trade, we have created a couple years ago the task force on countering illicit trade. It focuses on the analysis of the volume, scope, and economic consequences of illicit trade, and in particular, we have looked on counterfeit and pirated goods. So in all our economic studies, counterfeit and pirated goods are defined as goods, tangible goods, which infringe intellectual property rights. And by intellectual property rights, of course, we mean patents, trademark, designs, and geographical locations. So all our economic studies are based on huge, I can say huge, database, which has been created by a set of confidential custom data, which have been provided by the World Customs Organization, Digitextude, which is basically the European organization of customs authorities, and the United States Custom Border Protection. Thanks to the great collaboration with all of these three organizations, we have been able just to create this huge database. Today, I have around 800,000 observations, and each observation corresponds to one custom seizure. One custom seizure provide information on this custom authorities has seized this amount of this product for this quantity. It indicates the provenance economy of this good, the destination economy of this good, the type of these goods, which product category has been infringed. So, for instance, let's say one custom seizure will be French custom organization have seized this amount of product X, this amount of bags, let's say, for this quantity in provenance from China in destination to the United States. The transport modes, we have information on transport mode also, and it infringes trademarks of anyway, or designs, or anyway. So we have also had numerous interviews with enforcement officials, in particular custom authorities, but also police and industry experts. We also match our data, our custom seizure data, with other economic data, trade data, national accounts, or estimate from economic studies. So on the basis of this big database, we have been able, and we have developed a methodology in order to estimate the global values of counterfeit and piracy trade, and some features such as which are the main provenance economies of counterfeit goods, which are the main product category affected by counterfeit and pirated trade, or which are the economies which are the most likely to be impacted by counterfeit and pirated trade. In our last report in 2019, we have estimated that global counterfeit and pirated trade was up to 500 billion, which corresponds in 2016, which correspond to around 3.3% of the total world trade. We already did these studies in 2016, and
pētījumu 2016. gadā.
Back then, I mean, in 2013, it was up to
2013. gadā šis
% of global trade. So what we can observe, and I'm looking at the data really deeply, and in all product categories, I can say that the global trade of counterfeit and pirated trade is counterfeit and pirated good is currently increasing. We also looked at particular geographical area, and in particular the European Union. And we know that the European Union is particularly targeted, as destination economy of counterfeit and pirated goods. For instance, so the global trade of counterfeit and pirated goods represents around 3.3% of all European Union imports, of all global imports, and for the European Union, it's up to 6.8%. So let's say that the more developed economy are particularly targeted by counterfeit and pirated goods. We also look which economy are the more likely to be targeted by infringements of intellectual property rights. What we know is that all innovative companies that rely on intellectual property rights are at risk. And it does not matter if this company are located in developed economies or in emerging economies. So as you can see on this graph, the companies which are the most affected by infringements of intellectual property rights are from the United States. You have also great number of European Union countries. You have also Switzerland, Japan, Korea, Canada, and in our data there are also infringement of Chinese or Indian companies. So really all innovative companies that relies on IP are at risk. Secondly, we also looked at which sectors are particularly infringed. There are two ways of looking at these questions. The first one is like, what is the percentage of imports for each particular categories which are infringed?
Izstrādājam kategoriju.
And you can see on this graph that toys and games, clothing, article of leather and bags, which is really intensively, targeted. You have also footwear, watches, jewelry, and so on. So this is in relative terms. Let's say, for instance, like for toys and games, this graph says that around 15%, 15% of toys and games are counterfeit in general.
Florence,
yes.
We should slowly finish the presentation, so we would be happy if you sum up.
Sure. The second, I will be quick. The second graph, like this is in absolute terms. So every product related to the electrical machinery and electronics category are the most counterfeit worldwide in terms of USD billion. We also looked at which are the main provenance economy, and you can see here that the main provenance economy are China, Hong Kong, the United Arab Emirates, India, Turkey, and a bunch of East Asian economy. We know that among this prevalence economy, some are producer or other are transit point. So we have also did a study to look at which are for each product categories the main producer or the main transit points of counterfeit and pirated goods. So in general, you can see on this graph that China is the main producer of counterfeit and pirated goods. Hong Kong, Singapore, the United Arab Emirates, and some other economies that you can see in blue on this map are most likely to be transit points for counterfeit and pirated goods. So as I said, like we did this for a couple of product categories. this is for electronics and electrical equipment. We also ask why do countries export fake? So we have looked at different economic and governance indicator to try to explain why countries are most likely to export fake than other. So this indicator was related to public policy, institutions, and enforcement indicator. We also look, on free trade zones, because we have noticed that most of economies which are exporting fakes and which are the most likely to be transit points for these fakes have a lot of free trade zones. For example, for the pharmaceutical sector, we know that India produces the most of counterfeit pharmaceutical goods, and they export this counterfeit pharmaceutical goods from India by sea shipments, and it transits through the United Arab Emirates, which has a lot of free trade zones. And in this zone, they can delete the addresses of the first exporters, and then they export from the United Arab Emirates by road or by train or by plane. This counterfeit and pirate pharmaceuticals. And finally,
excuse me, Florence. We have to wrap up in some last 25 seconds in this cruel time of time. Could we just go to concluding remarks?
Yes,
it will be extremely valuable. Thank you.
I'm almost finished. Sorry. And finally, we did like a lot of country studies. We did it for Italy, the United Kingdom, Switzerland, Sweden, and we are planning to do this study for a couple of other countries. The good thing with our data is that we can look for each economy, two sides of the impact of counterfeit and pirated trade. The first side is the economic analysis of the effects of trading fake goods that infringe the country's IP rights. Let's say, for instance, France, Louis Vuitton goods can be produced in China and can be shipped to the US without any relation to France. But this has an impact on the French manufacturing industry. So we are looking to this impact in terms of lost revenues for the firms, lost jobs, lost taxes. And secondly, we are also looking at the impact of fake imports to a given country. So if France, for instance, import of fake goods from this country, what are the impact on the retail sector, or in terms of revenue still, jobs, and taxes for the country. And currently, this is my last slide. We are looking on the different transport modes, so which products are imported by air, mail, or express courier, container ship, and so on. So we are looking on this. So basically, in terms of share in the total trade of counterfeit and pirated goods, the most used transport mode is mail, but in terms of value, it's more container ship. And finally, we are still working on this subject. We have a lot of data. We have great cooperation with all organizations. So we have a couple of projects going on in country case study, and really happy to still collaborate with this organization. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Florence, for bringing OECD on board. Extremely cross-cut information. Thank you indeed. And bridging that to the next topic we are discussing, or the profiles of countries, it's a pleasure of mine to introduce next speaker from Latvia, the profile Latvia Entrepreneurship in Latvia National Perspective, Mr. Jānis Ošlejs, Primex Limited.
Dear organizers of the conference, dear Patent Office of Latvia, it is with great pleasure that I am participating today in this conference devoted for the intellectual property in entrepreneurship in Latvia. And I am taking part in speaking this conference because I do believe that the intellectual property and development overall of intellectual property is one of the most important tasks that we have here in Latvia to develop overall the economy, and indeed is the basis for modern economy, for modern value-added services, value-added exports. And I also want to thank, in the beginning of this slideshow, Andris Tauriņš from the Sorainen law offices, who has helped me both with patent cases and also with putting together this presentation. So thanks a lot, Mr. Tauriņš. And with that, I would like to go and talk about my experiences as an entrepreneur in developing and sustaining and using intellectual property. So for Primex, maybe a few words in the beginning about what is Primex, the company I am the CEO of. So Primex is a company that has developed a better concrete. And that's a concrete that is 50% stronger than traditional concrete, 30% faster to install, and it has 40% less CO2 emissions. And I think this is a very important topic today. Today we are in the middle of the corona crisis, and we can see how the world can be indeed affected by a very small virus that is simply happening there in the world, and we can see unemployment, and we can see companies disrupted. But imagine the possibility of what can happen if we really have a global warming crisis, as may happen if we are increasing the amount of CO2 emissions in the atmosphere. And I think then if we will look back from the future, when we will have the CO2 emissions crisis back to our corona crisis, it will seem like it was like nothing. We just had to sit home a little bit, and that's not a real crisis, we will think then, because the real crisis is that our homes are washed away by floods. That's a real crisis. And I think that it is very important for us to do something about the CO2 emissions. We are trying to do our small part in developing this concrete that is CO2 friendly. And we are contractors ourselves, so we are contracting and building this technology in Scandinavia, Baltics, and also in Israel. And we are exporting by licensing this technology worldwide to all the other markets. We are very active in the United States, but also in many European countries. CIS just started in UK. I think that we are going to have the first contract in the first few days for the British Museum, and South Africa, India, many other places. So indeed, licensing now has become a very significant method how we are driving this technology worldwide, how we are driving sales of Primex technology worldwide. But licensing essentially means that we are telling our licensees, and they are telling in their markets to others, what is actually our technology. So in licensing business, the need for IP, the need for protection for IP is really very important. And so we need the IP for kind of two places. First of all, for our licensees, so that they are able to protect their markets that they are developing with this technology. And for Primex is to protect us from maybe some bad licensees. We've never had the case like this. So all of our licensees have been really great people and pleasure to work with. However, you know, a certain level of protection obviously is needed also for us versus our licensees. As we are disclosing, you need everything. Primex has 3 types of IP in our portfolio. The first type of IP is trademarks, the second type is patents, and the third is know-how and trade secrets. So trademark protects our visual trademark, our brand. Patents, they are kind of the more complicated, complex part of our intellectual property. And then a know-how and trade secrets, also very complex, but in comparison to patents, which are actually at the end of the day open public knowledge after they've been submitted, know-how and trade secrets are kind of a black box, how we are trying to protect how exactly we are doing. But these 3 parts altogether, they comprise the totality of our IP approach. The first is about Primex trademarks. So there, our ride has been pretty easy. So we have indeed applied for trademarks in most countries with sometimes objections that we've always been able to overcome. We have always been able to register. We haven't had any serious violations of our trademark. Once a big German multinational that also uses elephant somehow in their logo wrote to us asking that we are not using ours, but we were so different from them. We were simply able to, with the help of our patent attorney, Mr. Evgenis Fortuna, to write them a letter explaining our differences. And indeed, that was perfectly enough for that case. And it was settled and closed very easily. So not much of a problem that we have had regarding the patents, regarding the trademarks. But regarding the patents, there the situation is more complicated. So we have, first of all, patents themselves are more complicated than trademarks. They are more complex documents with lots of more thinking behind them. We have 3 families, let's say, of patents that we have developed, one for floors, one for suspended slabs, and one for external payments. Different solutions, very different approaches that we have taken in all of these 3 cases. That's how we have developed these 3 families of patents. Our Primex approach in writing them. So maybe I can share some my learnings, first of all, from writing of these patents. One of my most favorite quotes regarding the patents actually belongs to Professor Emeritus Dr. Lapsa from Riga Technical University, himself author of many, many patents. And he has this saying that it's better to make your baby yourself. And I really like this saying, and I think it really encapsulates what has to be said about the patents. And what does he mean? He means that when you are writing the patent, you invariably you have to choose a patent attorney that represents you in towards the patent office, towards the courts. It is very important that you choose a good one. But the issue with patent attorneys is that they are really great in knowing little details about the patent law. They are really great in knowing and understanding how the application needs to be done, what are the physical properties of the patent document that needs to be applied, what is the structure that you need to use. However, they have no knowledge, and they can't be expected to have any knowledge about how your product, your process. They can't be supposed to be specialists everywhere. And it is up to the patent writer himself, I believe this strongly after my experiences, to really understand what is the difference between your patent and the patents that come previously, because patents essentially they take into account what has been developed up until now, and then they have this inventive step going forward. And I have a strong belief that only you yourself as a patent writer can really formulate that inventive step, fully understanding what is that new thing that you have developed, so that you are also able then later to defend it. And if that is left to the patent attorney, they may be right or they may be wrong, but they're not a specialist in the field. It's more difficult for them to understand. The other thing that how we are doing about the patents is that we are starting application in Latvia, which is a relatively easy process, because in Latvia, the application process happens without substantive evaluation of the patent. So you can be granted a patent pretty easily, and you have time, a year's time, to apply for more serious evaluation that happens in some big countries like United States, the big European office, World Intellectual Property Office, Chinese or Japanese office, that are really taking a look at your patents at substance. So you get a patent, you get priority date, it can get filed, and then you can work on and make your patent a whole application and thought through it in a much better way. And maybe my final comment was that when we applied, let's say, in the United States, then at first we received a rejection letter from the patent. I was, oh no, they're rejecting our patent. But now over time, I've seen that these big offices that are evaluating the patents, they're essentially testing you as an inventor. So because their job is to evaluate the patent, their job is to understand it fully. They read through the patents and then they send you a letter. They read through your patent, through other patents in the field, then they send you a letter. And in that letter, they say, this and this are the reasons why we think your patent doesn't have inventive step. And it is up to you to respond to that letter. And it is simply a way, a method, how the patent attorneys at the patent offices, how they are kind of trying to poke holes in your patent to see if it is a real patent. So don't be discouraged if you receive a negative letter back from the big patent offices. We have been able to send them our replies in a good way, and the patents have been granted always. So don't give up, fight them, and move forward. But first of all, make your babies yourself. It is actually patent. Once you understand the logic of it, it's really simple. But talk to, I don't know, Professor Laps, I really recommend. He has a very easy way to explain what is a patent. Once you understand what is a patent, it's very simple to write. And then once you yourself formulate the crux of the patent attorney will help you to formulate and put it forward in a very good way, like what patent attorney Evgenis Fortuna is able to do in a brilliant and very, very good way. Highly recommended. So about the patents, there also is an infringement. So obviously we have had a case of patent infringement as well. So what has been our lessons? So we actually found it easy when we caught the patent infringement, when we went to the court, we found it very easy to prove the patent infringement in the court, and the court awarded us lost royalties, gave also a restraining order for infringement. So that was very easy and nice. The precondition to that, though, that was maybe more difficult in our particular cases. We had to monitor the markets. We had to notice the infringement. That is maybe more difficult for us to do in construction, because how can we monitor everywhere everything? But so we are afraid that there may be some cases, maybe in Norway or Sweden or somewhere, where people have been doing something infringing our patent, but it's hard to catch. But if we can catch, it's very easy. Then we have found that process very simple and very nice. But industry specific, yeah, we have difficulty noticing everything. But once we notice, then it becomes pretty straightforward. The third type of the intellectual property are work methods and technology, know-how and trade secrets. So that's a kind of a black box of how exactly we do our things that we want to keep fully to ourselves. In that area, we also, in the court case, the same as with the patent, we also claimed that our trade secret was broken, but the court did not award us anything due to lack of evidence. So we understood that we are describing well the know-how and work methods in employee contracts. We understand that we are describing them very well in our licensee contracts, so we see no problem there. But for us yet to understand like fully how we can reliably mark out our know-how during contractual phase without disclosing the know-how. That we haven't found a way how to do. So so that is something that we still have to discover, how to find ways, and how to improve the contracts that we have with the customers, so that in that case, we are stronger in terms of protection of our know-how, intellectual property. But with the patents as customers, then there it's fine. So we have some level of protection. So what are my conclusions? First of all, IP management is very important to scale a company globally. Indeed, it is the only way, if once you are starting to send goods all over the world, it's the only way how you can protect your basis of knowledge, you protect your know-how, and things and move forward. Patents and trademarks, we have found a very reliable method. Okay, we have some difficulties, maybe industry specific, that it's sometimes difficult to catch the perpetrators, but once they are caught, it's very easy, and we find that process and proof through the courts very doable and practical and achievable. For know-how and secrets, so we are good for employees, we are good for licensees. We have found it more difficult for the customers. So we have yet to find some good ways, and we are working on some good ways how to have better protection with the customers regarding this. Also, very important part of our know-how and trade secrets. Very important part of our total intellectual property package. So those have been my learnings in this journey of intellectual property road. I can only thank once more Latvian Patent Office for giving me the opportunity to speak at this very important conference. Looking forward, perhaps for next conference, hopefully that at the next conference we'll be able to speak like live, offline, and for everybody that's looking, that's on the entrepreneurial side, please do go forward. It's good fun and good rewards in doing intellectual property. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Jānis Ošlejs, Primex Limited, for sharing knowledge and sharing experience, considering the topic we are discussing today. We are at the end of the first session, and we can look on the polls. We posed the question, which areas will have the biggest impact on IP and the economy in the next 10 years? And definitely computer technology and machinery is in the leaders from your perspective, and medical technology and pharmaceuticals also dominates. Well, we put not so much trust in digital communication. Maybe that's the reason, because we are communicating digitally already. Now we have a wonderful possibility to switch to Q&A session, Q&A after session after the first discussion panel. And also together with us joining on the stage is Rolands Cepurītis, who is technology director in Primex and representative of Primex, like being in the shoes of Mr. Jānis Ošlejs for answering the questions at a particular moment, and of course other speakers of the panel sessions we had. And I will post the most upvoted questions in a Slido application, not all of them, but just 3 of them. And if you feel that you have an answer, then in a very short and compact way, we're gonna answer this. And the first question, which is most upvoted, is how Europe looks in competition with the US and China. So how Europe looks in competition with the US and China. And maybe Karsten, we could get answer from you, because this question was posted in your time or in your speech time. Karsten, do you hear us? Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think it's a good question. I think it's difficult to give a one-line answer to that. Let me just make, also for the sake of brevity, 2 observations. One is that I think Europe has some traditional strength in especially, the mechanical, chemical, engineering fields, and in comparative terms, biosciences also in comparative terms. And I think that has a lot to do, with the economic history. I would even argue the geopolitical history plays a role there. Europe has always comparatively lagged in the area of digital innovation. I know that's a very broad statement, and there are reasonable ways you could disagree with that. But arguably in the United States, you had early funding from the defense sector, that gave rise to the semiconductor industry, and that essentially subsequently gave rise to Silicon Valley. That is something that is quite unique. And of course, and I understand your next session is about this. As many digital technologies then become a general purpose technology, obviously there is a need for European industry to embrace this. Let me make a second observation, though, which may be somewhat provocative. I would always question a bit to what extent, as far as innovation goes, the different continents really are at competition with one another. I think there's a case to be made that innovation is a global public good, that a solution to a problem that exists in Europe is also a solution to a problem that exists in China or that exists in the United States. And indeed, we published a report on that in November of last year, where we argued that I think the world has much to gain from openness and from collaboration. So instead of, and I understand, of course, that companies compete with one another, and that innovation plays an important role in giving companies a cutting edge. But still, I would argue that from a global perspective, there's a lot to gain in terms of openness, and there's a lot to gain in terms of collaboration. So it's not always the best to think in terms of competition, especially if one talks about economies as a whole and not necessarily just companies. Let me leave it at that.
Thank you very much, Karsten. Maybe we can pass the mic at this moment to Roland Stepuritz from Primex. From companies' perspective, Europe, China, US, worldwide, your position.
I think we are in a real position to judge it, because we work in all of these markets. And our experience actually has been, especially with China, is that the speed from the idea until it's implemented is very fast compared to, for example, Europe. If we look at our field, which is construction, the speed at which something is implemented in China is, even though if we could say it's a bureaucratic place, but if they want to innovate, they will find a way, and it will be much easier to do it compared to, for example, Europe, where a lot of countries need to agree about legislation, about building codes, about standards, and it takes a very long time. And I think this is maybe one of the biggest constraints which we could be facing, for example, in Europe, which is very fragmented compared to in a way, United States and China. And I mean, this is maybe something that we need to find solutions for the future. We are concentrating in Europe because we are here.
Thank you very much. The next question, we also, as I saw, we are joined by the speaker from the next panel, Jan Menier, European Patent Office. So if you want to jump in with some answer, you also can jump in. This question maybe goes in this field. Can reduced official fees be expected for individuals and SMEs filling the PCT on European patent application? So the question considering reduced official fees.
Good morning, everyone. So I think there are already some arrangements for fees for small applicants under the London Agreement. So there are rebates related to the translations. And I can also mention, so not the fees, but that in the current crisis situation, the EPO has arranged some mechanisms, such as the extension of all time periods as from the middle of March until beginning of June for European and international the PCT procedures. So we definitely want to support small applicants and help them go through the crisis, and we are closely monitoring this development and considering other possible actions if needed.
Thank you, Jan. The next question is: do you think that series of innovations, is the main force of economical growth, or we have another more important economical factors? Maybe if from your perspective you can list other important economical factors. Jan, you are still online, so we can continue with you and then switch to other speakers.
Yes, I think that's a very interesting question, and so I fully agree with what Carsten said before, that innovation is really the engine of a long-term economic growth. But I would like to highlight a complementary factor that is difficult to measure, which is the institutions, and that's also a strong pillar of. There's also progress in institutions. That started with the invention of the double entry accounting in Italy back at the end of the Middle Ages, then progress with the property rights, the inventions of equity, contract law means to share risks, to organize investments, and then the invention of intellectual property is part of that, the invention of copyright, of patents, and all of that is necessary to provide the legal framework to organize very sophisticated transactions. And we are at a stage where these transactions are extremely sophisticated. Institutions are organized at an international and indeed global level. This is what we witness today. So we are at the day of the anniversary of the Latvian Patent Office, which was the creation of a major institution to support innovation. And we are discussing across the world, which is another testimony of the importance of coordination internationally on institutions. So I would emphasize this one, and I would make a link to technological progress, because institutions have to evolve, they have to adapt to better support innovation and technological progress, the main engine of growth. And in today's world, this means how to deal with software, how to deal with data protection, how to deal with the protection of inventions in that world. So this is the questions we are facing as institutions in supporting further growth in coming years.
Thank you very much. And we have wrap up. So, Mr. Tsapuritis, you have 25 seconds, in fact, to give a final remark on this question. Innovations and other economical factors here important in Latvia from your as a producer perspective.
Well, I think for us, and again, if we come back to the previous topic of I don't know, competing with China, what else we have actually left here? We cannot compete in the volume of available workforce or with the salaries to pay. We have only innovations left, and I think it's unavoidably only that. So I think we could easily conclude on that innovations is the future here for our economy. Innovations and exporting the innovations. That doesn't help if they just stay tied in the country. We need to be able to export them.
Thank you very much. At this particular moment, I'm wrapping everything up and we are going to 5 minutes break. Thank you very much, all speakers. But while we are going in 5 minutes break, you can also do some, entertaining poll. There is a question considering innovation and potato chips. So the question is here, as you can see, which of the well-known chips were created by Latvian inventor Aleksandrs Liepa? I believe for such a short break, that's a wonderful question. Have a coffee, have a chips, have a poll, and we see you in 5 minutes. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are back on track with our digital conference where we are speaking on visions without illusions, intellectual property, Latvia, Europe, and of course, worldwide. And we are at the moment when we said some 5 minutes ago, we said goodbye to each other and welcome back with a question in the poll considering potato chips. And this is a pretty funny story. Of course, the question, which of the well-known chips were created by the Latvian inventor Aleksandrs Liepa, and the majority of people upvoted 74% that Pringles are those chips, and for the rest who voted for Estrella, Doritos, Lay's, no product placement. Still, the Pringles is proper correct answer. Pringles chips are those which were invented by Latvian, and there is a pretty interesting story that Pringles is a very special in laboratory made chips, and this invention was taking 10 years to make the precise taste of Pringles chips, and it was taken over from the chemist Frederick Bohr, who was trying to deal with the proper chip taste and structure and all things good we know about Pringles chips, and now we have them. What is a funny side? If I don't know, is this funny side? It is funny side that Frederick Bohr, who was the predecessor of Aleksandr Liepa on the Pringles chips, loved so much the Pringles chips pack that he was, after his death, he was buried in the Pringles chips pack. So that's something to consider about taking funny sides from the life. So Pringles chips invented by Latvians. But now back to the serious stuff. And the serious stuff is that in the first part of the day, we discussed economy and we discussed intellectual property and its role in economy and economy's parameters and characteristics where IP can grow and everything in ecosystem can be good. Now we are refocusing a bit, and we are looking precisely on such terms as industrial revolution, such terms as innovation, boosting innovation, driving innovation, and we have a chain of wonderful lecturers and speakers in the next session on the innovation and intellectual property. Of course, you can again share your thoughts on the poll. We have the next questions there. Which aspects of intellectual property rights bring the most added value to business? So this time you can share your knowledge and perspective on the most added value to the business. And of course, the same game, the same rules of the game. You can also post your questions in a Q&A part in the Slido application. Now is the moment when we are giving the floor to Mr. Jan Menier, European Patent Office, and we are happy to have you back because you are already participated in such a good mode in our panel discussion. Now you are back and you're going to share your story on Industry 5.0 on the horizon. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's an honor and a pleasure to participate in this distinguished panel, and I'm grateful to the organizers. I'm grateful also for the topics I've been asked to address. So Industry 5.0, actually that relates very much to issues that we are closely monitoring, and so that's a good opportunity to share our thoughts and vision of that. So to put that in context, so we are regularly monitoring technology trends for the needs of the office, and we try to communicate to our stakeholders what we see, what we expect. And one of the major results of this activity was the publication now 3 years ago of a report on the patents and the fourth industrial revolution, where we see actually a revolution driven by digital technologies, providing all industries. And so when you talk about a revolution, I mean, it's a big word. This has long-term implications. We see it unfolding now. We see it evolving, and the latest evolution indeed are related to this notion of Industry 5.0. And so that's a very good opportunity to share our thoughts about that. But let me first define this fourth industrial revolution and put it in perspective. So, well, you know about the first three ones. The first one back in the 19th century. Carsten has already presented them. And one important point that we see with the new one, it's that like the former ones, it's driven by a combination of technologies of new emerging fields involving software, artificial intelligence, big data, cloud computing, connectivity, wireless connectivity. And this is, in our view, an industrial revolution because these technologies are disruptive. Their combination is even more disruptive. And these technologies in combination are also pervasive. They can diffuse in all industries and change the operations, the established practices in virtually all industries, which is the definition of an industrial revolution. Another remark here is that any industrial revolution is a challenge for the IP system, especially for the patent system, because the patent system is directly confronted with innovation, but perhaps even more so with this one, because the former ones were chiefly driven by innovation in hardware, be it steam energy, mass production oil, or nuclear energy. And this one is a bit different. Well, there was a beginning of that with the third industrial revolution. It's very much related to software. I would even say at the end of the day, it's all about software and even super software technology involving artificial intelligence and data. And that's a challenge, as I said a few minutes ago, for the IP system. So where do we stand in terms of this unfolding of this revolution? Actually, it's underway. It's already happening. And we see that very clearly in the patent data. And to give you an example, you have here the 10 top fields in terms of patent applications at the EPO last year. And you see that the two main ones, or two of the three main ones are digital communication and computer technology. And these are the two fields where applications have increased dramatically last year, plus 10% in computer technology, plus almost 20% in digital communication. And when you dig a bit deeper and want to explain, in order to explain the trend, you see that it's mainly driven by 5G, so wireless communication in digital communication, and artificial intelligence in computer technology. So there we are. This fourth industrial revolution is advancing fast in these IT fields. But I would like to stress here that this is not the end of the story or the whole story. Actually, I see that rather as a beginning, and somehow a chart like this one can be misleading because the key feature of this industrial revolution is that it's pervasive. So actually, we see an impact of 5G, for instance, or of artificial intelligence, not only in digital communication or computer technology, but across the board in all fields. So another way to look at it, and this is what we did 3 years ago, is to select patents applications that are directly related to the fourth industrial revolution. Here we selected patent applications related to smart connected objects everywhere. So it's quite a narrow, restrictive definition. And when you take it and apply it, you see such patent applications in all fields, and you see an increasing trend. So it's not new. It started back in the last decade, but it has been accelerating dramatically in the past decade, in the past years, and it will go on. So what is the point of these applications? What is their impact, and what are, if they are not restricted to computer technology or to communication technology, what technology space do they appear in? So one way to look at it is to consider the connection of all these technology building blocks that I have mentioned at the beginning. So very often when people talk about the fourth industrial revolution, they think about AI. And indeed, AI is a bit everywhere. It's a driving force. But it's important to bear in mind that, okay, you may have innovation in AI, in core AI, like machine learning, neural networks. But in fact, the potential of AI is revealed and fully exploited when AI is combined with other technology building blocks. The main one, or the first one, being data, and actually big data. So big data is the new oil of this fourth industrial revolution. This is what feeds artificial intelligence. This is what actually this raw material, the data, can now be exploited in radically new way, very powerful ways by artificial intelligence. But the data themselves, they have to come from somewhere. And this is where connectivity and connected objects, and in fact the Internet of Things, come into the picture. With the smart sensors, with the 5G, it's possible to transform any object of our daily life or of a factory into a smart object that is capable of collecting data about its surrounding and of sending this data over to the cloud, where the data are aggregated into big data, which makes it possible for AI to analyze them and trigger smart feedback into the into the objects to have an effect in the real world. So it's really in that space of different technology building blocks that we observe a rise in innovation, and this is the real trend of the fourth industrial revolution. And you see that there's one part missing. I add it now. It's the people. Because all this innovation does not take place in a kind of parallel technology world. It makes sense because it has an impact in the real world and eventually on the people. And while the technology building blocks that I described before, the Internet of Things, big data, AI are available on the shelf, now there is a huge potential, a huge frontier for innovation that can make an innovative use of these components to serve the people. And my understanding of the Industry 5.0 idea is that precisely it points to how can we use these technologies to best serve the people. And while we have observed from some time innovation in the building blocks, now is the time to innovate and be creative in using them for the people. So how does it translate into technology fields? One way to look at it is to isolate several building blocks. I've mentioned already what we call the core technologies, so 5G, electronics, software, network, sensors. These are the basic components. But now the new dynamics of the fourth industrial revolution lies with the technological progress in what we call enabling technologies that make it possible to exploit the data, to produce value out of the data and to produce value for the people out of the data. This includes artificial intelligence, cloud computing, but also technologies that are directly related to the people, such as user interfaces or 3D systems, for instance, virtual reality. I will come back to that. And finally, so while we observe innovation directly to core technologies, innovation directly to enabling technologies, the main space for innovation lies in the combination of these core and enabling technologies in new applications virtually everywhere. Smart health, this was mentioned already this morning, e-medicine, for instance, smart homes, smart infrastructures, smart grid, smart energy. or smart manufacturing. So to me, these pink areas, the combination of enabling technologies and application domains, are define the space where we have the most potential for innovation today. And this is not necessarily innovation in electronics, in IT industries, but innovation in all industries in order to harvest the potential of these technologies. And I would like to, against this background, I would like to use the rest of my presentation to give an example. So we are, as I said, we are closely monitoring these developments. They go in various directions. It's important for us to monitor them in order to ensure the consistency of examination. And one of the fields that has been particularly dynamic recently, and that has strong implications that are, to me, a perfect illustration of both Industry 5.0 and the fourth industrial revolution in general, is additive manufacturing, or in other terms, 3D printing. So, 3D printing has clearly been in the spotlight in recent months because it has turned out to be a very powerful weapon or means to fight against the coronavirus. And that shows a perfect example of the potential of Industry 5.0 and the fourth industrial revolution for people. So a quick definition, I think I don't need to define additive manufacturing. You all know what it is, but I think it is important to emphasize that it's a digital technology. It's all about exploiting, diffusing, printing based on digital 3D models. So this digital model becomes the center of all the organization of manufacturing. And this means that it's a very flexible way of designing and manufacturing. There are no design restrictions as we have with traditional manufacturing processes. And this has a number of disruptive implications. Let me cite a few of them. The first one is that this general principle of 3D printing based on a digital model allows for applications with a virtually limitless diversity of materials. So the technology has developed primarily with plastics, with metals, but now we see application in ceramics, glass, or even biomaterials, which means there is potential for applications in many, if not all, manufacturing sectors. Another important characteristics of this additive manufacturing technologies is that it induces a complete disruption of supply chains. Now, the supports trends to local production. It's possible to have a complete separation between the creation of the design and then the printing of the designed 3D model anywhere. You just need to have a 3D printing machine. And this means that production becomes possible on demand, and that traditional supply chains with all of the logistics behind are a shortcut, which is, of course, a major disruption. And we have seen that very clearly with the example of the 3D printing of valves, for instance, for respirators in the context of the COVID crisis. Last remark, further remark on this disruption is that not only does this technology allow production on a local basis, but because it's based on 3D model, because it's primarily digital, it also allows for cost-efficient mass customization. So based on one digital model, any user can change the model and print a slightly different or quietly different object fit to his or her need. Again, that's a very important disruption, and I think that we are only beginning to see the potential implications of those possibilities. So there's a lot of space for creativity here. So to back these points, let me conclude with some statistical illustration of the trends underlying this technology. This is a kind of primer on a study we are preparing, and that will be published later this year, actually in July. So in the past months, we have been tracking innovation in 3D printing at the European Patent Office, and you see the trend here. So again, the technology, the principle is not that new, but we see clearly that innovation has exploded, really exploded in this field in the past 5 years, with an average annual growth rates of 36% just in the last 4 years. So it's exploding. There's huge momentum behind, and actually it was very timely again for the Corona crisis. it's also interesting to look at the sectors of application of this industry. I think it's a great illustration of the pervasiveness and disruptive potential of this technology. Actually, innovation in that field is spread across all sectors, and you clearly see waves of innovation that are related to waves in adding new materials, in developing adapting 3D printing principle to new materials. So historically, the main sector of application is the medical one, to create dental implants, for instance, but I've spoken about valves for respirators. There are many potential applications, and we have clearly gone from the prototype application to the more general manufacturing application. Health medical technology sectors are in the lead. But close behind, you find energy. The energy sector is now intensively using additive manufacturing, typically, for instance, to print turbines. We also see application in transportation. Same thing. So to define any industrial tooling. Likewise, the additive manufacturing can be used to print complex components, complex metallic components, for instance. And it has been heavily used by the aeronautics industry for prototyping, and now it's moving towards mass production as well. We also see emerging applications in electronics for printed circuit, as well as constructions. You have perhaps seen videos somewhere of the 3D printing of a house or a bridge. And finally, you also have application in consumer goods. We find, for instance, that Nike is one of the leading applicants in that field. And last, in food, although I must say, as a matter of French cuisine, I have my doubts about these parts, but well, let's wait and see. Last remark, and I will conclude on that, and I think that relates to the point we had in the panel before. It's an opportunity for Europe, and you see here the map of innovation in additive manufacturing as measured by patent applications at the EPO across Europe. And you see, of course, that you have a lot of innovation in Germany, in the UK, in the Benelux. But what is striking to me is that actually you have innovation also everywhere, in all countries of Europe, in all regions of Europe. It's quite widespread. And Europe is, in fact, very dynamic in the field. And well, we see that it's on par with the United States, but ahead of Asia in that field. And I think that's an interesting lesson, and that's an optimistic message. There's an opportunity for Europe to play a role here. And I would connect that to the finding of our previous study on the fourth industrial revolution in general. We found that there is a strong Asian and American domination in IT, so in electronics, in software, in communication network, although Europe has definitely champions there, but that indeed Europe was lagging a bit behind in this core component, but Europe has a very strong industries in other fields, medical, chemical, automotive. And there now these technologies are spreading there, and there's a strong opportunity for Europe to play a role in innovation, and actually a leading role in innovation in those fields. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jan, for such deep insight, in fact, and mapping all the industries and all the impacts. We continue with this idea, and our next speaker is Mr. Beat Weibel from Siemens. And Jan was speaking on the local cuisine and those prospects. Then I can add to this that my first hand phone was Siemens phone, and you're not producing any more those. So yeah, but still personal. Yes, the floor goes to you, Mr. Weibel, and we will be happy to hear about emerging technologies and IP.
Yes, thank you very much. First question, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes, we can. Can you see my slides that I shared?
We can see your slides very well.
Very good. And thank you very much for the kind introduction and the invitation to this conference. It's a great honor to talk at the occasion of the 100th anniversary of the Latvian Patent Office. And indeed, I think although the patent system is already quite old, as we know, and the Latvian Patent Office is already 100 years old, I think patents and in general IP rights have become more important than ever, as we can see in the constantly rising patent application numbers. And this is in particular true for the emerging technologies like digitalization and artificial intelligence. In particular, in a modern interconnected digital ecosystem, IP rights and patents especially play a very important role to define one's contribution to this ecosystem. Therefore, I'm very pleased to talk about emerging technologies and IP at the example of Siemens. Siemens is regarded as one of the leading companies in the Internet of Things. And I'm happy to share some findings with you and also to present a few thoughts on how we need to adapt and change the IP system in the future. On the next slide, you see some applications where Siemens already uses simulation, digital twins, artificial intelligence, be it in gas turbine control, be it in power and building control, train control, healthcare, industrial automation, etc. But as you probably all agree, and as the pending enlarged Board of Appeal decision at the EPO, the G119 shows, patenting these underlying inventions is extremely hard and complicated. In order to overcome these hurdles, a company like Siemens needs a smart and value-driven IP system and strategy in order to protect the competitive advantages of our company, in particular in the field of these emerging technologies. And I very much liked, so to speak, the full title of this conference, A Vision Without Strategy is an Illusion. And this also applies to IP. An IP vision without strategy is an illusion. Let me now first, in this slide, explain to you what digitalization really means to companies like Siemens. Here you see a sketch of a, let's say, traditional setup of producing electrical motors in the factory on the left-hand side of the floor. This is already state of the art. It's driven by OT operating technology, and it's integrated in enterprise IT, that's the SAP systems, etc. But the use of these electrical motors in this example in an elevator and the delivery of these electrical motors are decoupled from the production, as well as the power supply of the application of the electric motors is completely decoupled. What digitalization now brings is that by introducing an Internet of Things platform, it was possible to interconnect everything from production over delivery, including the power supply, and by that building up a closed loop ecosystem. It was even more possible to interconnect that with the economic enterprise IT systems. And by doing so, by interconnecting everything and integrating everything via these IoT tools, we create new business models. Business models in the field of consulting, prototyping, and designing these IT systems, in implementing them, and in operating these systems. And here you see the great challenge that such a digital ecosystem creates. Companies like Siemens come, so to speak, on the slide from the bottom up. We are mainly, or we were mainly a hardware company producing turbines, motors, etc. And now we are getting a more IT-driven company. And in the same way, IT companies like Microsoft, like Google, like Accenture, like Tata Consulting, you name them, these were IT companies and they make their way down from the top to the shop floor. And where do we meet? We exactly meet in the middle in this IoT platform, which is, so to speak, the border between these two types of companies. And by that, you see the digitalization for companies like Siemens not only is an opportunity to enlarge and enhance our services and our products, but we also face new competitors. And by that, it is extremely important that the company can document and preserve and protect its contribution to this digital ecosystem. And what do you take in order to document the intellectual achievement? IP rights, of course, because IP rights are the means that are able to document who owns something and to what extent he or she owns something. Therefore, in such a digital ecosystem, IP rights play an extremely important role. In a digital world, as you can see here in this ecosystem, the Siemens ecosystems, patents, or in the broader sense, IP rights have, as I just explained, obtained a second and in the meantime, maybe even often more important functions. These IP rights are able to define the contribution, the intellectual contribution to such an ecosystem. And I always compare that with a bring your own party. If you are invited in a bring your own party, you are a very well accepted guest if you bring, for example, a cake or a bottle of wine or a salad or whatever, and if you are happy to share that. But if you are a free rider bringing nothing, or if you dominate the company by, a party by providing a whole buffet of food, etc., you're not so much estimated and appreciated as other companies. Therefore, in such an ecosystem, it's extremely important not only to protect one's competitive advantage, but also to document what you bring to the party and how you can defend that. And this now creates, and that's one of my first theses, this now creates a new need for the job description of patent attorneys. We have already heard something about that from the presentation of Yanis. Traditionally, patent attorneys worked in what I call invention-driven IP management system and IP management strategy. The trigger was an invention by a smart inventor, developer, researcher, etc. Then we filed the patent application based on that. We gained exclusivity. We built up a portfolio of a number of patents and had to maintain and manage these portfolios. This doesn't really work anymore in such a digital ecosystem because it is so complicated in a digital ecosystem and complex for a patent attorney to understand where the unique selling proposition, USP, of a business really is and to protect it. Therefore, a patent attorney, a patent professional first has to understand the business model of a company and its competitive advantage. And then instead of having a passive invention-driven IP strategy, we should actively protect these USPs by pulling and placing inventions where we have the unique selling propositions and competitive advantages of a company. And by doing so, we are not only able to document what our contribution and unique selling proposition in a digital ecosystem is, but also, as you can see on the right-hand side of the slide, to reduce the competitive pressure and by that creating and adding value to a company's success. So in order to do that, you must train the patent attorneys differently. And we did that at Siemens in a three-step approach, because these digital inventions are all more or less software and computer implemented inventions. We first trained all patent attorneys and brought them up to speed in the field of patenting computer implemented inventions. Secondly, we trained them in strategic thinking. And finally, we trained them in business model thinking so that they are able, at the example of Yanis, to talk with Yanis on eyes level on what the business is, where the unique selling propositions are, where the innovations of the business are, and to protect them actively. This resulted in clearly improved strategic discussions and allowed the patent attorneys to actively pull inventions and place them at the unique selling propositions of the business model for their internal clients at Siemens. Now you probably ask me, can you prove that this was successful? And I think I can do that. If you look at this graph on the left-hand side of this slide, we did a benchmark with other IT companies like Broadcom, Microsoft, HP, Oracle, etc. And by comparing the development of the quality of our portfolio, and here every bubble is 1 year of the portfolio quality, you can immediately see that in this basket of competitors, Siemens is, so to speak, the nearly only company that was able to improve its competitive impact, which is a measure for the quality of a patent portfolio over the years. And all the other companies like Microsoft, for example, or IBM, very dominantly, they just increased the portfolio size, but not the competitive impact of their portfolio. So this approach seems to work. And the second proof you see on the right-hand side of the slide is that Siemens, in a WIPO study on AI patents, is regarded as the leading European company in the field of artificial intelligence patents. This brings me to my second most important topic of my presentation, artificial intelligence. As I mentioned earlier, artificial intelligence is already now reality in our business. We use it in various applications and use cases. For me, artificial intelligence is even the technology that has experienced the broadest use and application that I have ever seen in my whole career. Siemens uses artificial intelligence to design printed circuit board, automatically, independently design printed circuit boards, chassis of sports cars, of trains, of wind turbines, electrical engines, gas turbine control, images of body parts, you name it. It's applied and used everywhere. And we already have occasions where artificial intelligence independently create technical solutions that the human would call an invention because it's a new, unexpected technical solution. As, for example, in this suspension that you can see on the left-hand corner of the slide. On the left-hand side, you see the traditional casted suspension. On the right part of the slide, you see the AI designed and 3D printed version of this suspension. As it already has been mentioned, the question is who invented such a technical solution? Is it the AI system, meaning a computer or a program run in a cloud? Or is it the operator of the system using the computer? As we have learned from a recent decision of the European Patent Office, there is no room for machines to become inventor. And I would say rightly so, because machines, computers, software programs, whatever, they have no duties, they have no rights, therefore they cannot be inventors. However, in order to overcome such a problem, and in order not to discriminate AI technologies from traditional technologies in terms of patentability, I suggest that we enhance the term of an inventor to legal persons controlling and using such AI systems, and thereby we make them patentable in the same way as the traditional technologies, and we do not discriminate these new type of technologies. So to summarize, in my last slides, I think this IP system, in order to compete with these challenges of emerging technologies, in particular artificial intelligence and digital ecosystem, has to become more agile and quicker on the one hand. In addition to the classical instruments like patents and trademarks, there should be an easy way to prove ownership or authorship of intellectual contributions and achievements. Thus, we could, for example, install a two-speed system of examination and registration of inventions. This could also be achieved by extending, for example, utility models to the protection of methods to utility models, or a more flexible examination scheme at the European Patent Office, as has already been studied, could be implemented. Complementary, a European system to register software code could be established, because if we as a company today want to register software code, and this is necessary in China, for example, to license, or in the US as well, we have to rely on a Chinese or US software code register. And of course, we should keep the examination quality of patents as high as possible, because really nobody is interested in trash patents. Secondly, we need to address the issue of AI-created inventions in order to avoid user of these technologies in the same way with users of traditional technologies. As I mentioned, my proposal would be to resolve this issue by expanding the term of inventor to legal persons, legal person controlling these AI systems. This would be, in my view, be the far better solution than to allocate inventor rights to machines. To end my presentation, I would like to wish the Latvian Patent Office all the best for the next 100 years. And I hope you will understand these challenges that I mentioned as chances and provide good solutions for innovation in Latvia. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Beat Weibel from Siemens. Speaking on this wonderful storyline and narrative that everyone should bring something to party and bring in, not to bandwagoning, we are switching to the next part of ecosystem, considering innovations where the universities are playing the big share and bringing a lot to the party. So my extreme pleasure is to introduce Mr. Marco Palumbo, Oxford University. Science, technology and IP is the topic he's gonna speak about. So Marco, good afternoon, and do you see us well?
Yes, I see you, and I hope you're seeing my slides now.
Yes, we see. Wonderful.
Okay. So first of all, thanks you to the Latvia Patent Office for giving me this opportunity to talk a bit about my organizations. So I work as a senior licensing venture manager for Oxford University Innovation. Oxford University Innovation is a company. We are 25 years old. We are effectively the technology transfer office of the University of Oxford. But we've always been an independent company, a subsidiary company. From the outside, we are divided in three major parts. There is a fourth part, which is the operation side. They support everything. But effectively, you will have three bits of the business that you work with when you are developing intellectual property and commercialization in Oxford. The first one is licensing and ventures. That's where I work. I'm mostly working in the physical and math sciences. We are divided in physical, engineering and math sciences and life sciences as well. And so what we do, we follow the protection of the inventions the University of Oxford academics generate. And we do everything that is from the identifying the invention, protection of the patent. We're not patent attorneys, we use external firms, marketing, licensing. And in the last years, more and more work has been done towards the creation of new spin-outs, new companies in Oxford. And there's been quite a substantial increase in that number. The third part is the consultancy service, and this is pretty much is associated to a number of companies that might want to have access to the expertise of the academics, and it's quite a popular kind of activities for us as well. The third element is the new venture support and share management. So all the spin-outs that are actually created will have the University of Oxford as a shareholder. While we don't own those shares, we'll manage those shares on behalf of the university. We also have a small investment funds for the support of mostly proof of concepts. So we help, the creation of new inventions also from that point of view. So as I say, we, especially in the last 5 years, we had quite a substantial increase of our activities, spin-outs being the most evident of all. Of course, this is, something that a trajectory that was upwards until the pandemic of the COVID-19. And so we're all expecting a reduction on activities overall for 2020, maybe 2021 as well. So we'll see how that pans out. Anyway, in 2019, we closed over 1,000 deals. So we have 535 consulting deals, 367 disclosure, which is more or less in line to what we expect. And then you can see the numbers of our consultants, 188 commercial licenses, and we created in 1 year 19 spin-outs. The numbers that are interesting is that in that year, we had an investment of over 400 million into our companies. And the value of the shares and the University of Oxford owns into the different companies, we're talking about over 100 at the moment, is around 164 million. 2019 was also quite a good year for us because we had an acquisition by Biogen of Nightstar Therapeutics, a company that was created only 5 or 6 years later. You can see the total amounts of patent under management is 4,312. So we own quite one of the largest patent portfolio in the UK. We are also working more and more into social enterprise, which is also an activities that is quite attractive for the academics in Oxford. This is just some graphs about the financial performance of our company. So we generate in 2000 versus the historical data. So in 2019, we generate a 80 million pounds of revenue. Over 9 million of that is returned to the university and the researchers. As I said, our main purpose is to enhance the impact of the research. So it's not just about the money, but there is also the money aspect, and is something that provided we pay our cost, all our profit and all our revenue get redistributed back to the university and to the researchers. The number of employees of the company is around 80 at the moment, maybe a little bit less. We used to have a part of the business used to do external consultancy as a TTO to other universities and government in other countries. But around 2017, as you can see, there is a drop in number of the employees because that part of the business had been spun out and is now an independent company. So we don't we work only on the University of Oxford now. The graph that we all like kind of happy about is this in terms of the number of startups and spin-outs created over the year. And as I say, in the last few years, there's been quite a substantial increase. More data about the number of patent files. Last year were 105. The license deals there were 180, so is quite up trend there. Consulting agreements, as they always popular. There was we noticed in 2019 a local drop in terms of the disclosures. Not totally sure yet what is the main reason. We attributed that maybe to uncertainty around the Brexit, with some of the stuff not being particularly concentrating in disclosing, but possibly worrying about their own future, and also an internal review process that the UK does every 5 years. It's called a REF. So most of people are probably looking backwards to look what they've done in their 5 years before. So, as I say, the number of spin-out created increased quite a lot. What happened is effectively done to the fact that the university was able to attract private investors in 2015. So that's where we're seeing quite a dramatic change. So in 2015, there were private investors, and the university as a shareholder were able to raise 350 million of private investment to create the Oxford Sciences Innovation Fund, which is a fund that is dedicated exclusively to Oxford spin-outs. This fund now then went out and raised more money. It's around 600 millions. I think they spend around 80 or 90 millions already. And so they are allowed to have preferential investors. They is just on our doorstep. And it's possible then to talk with them pretty early on about what is the strategy for some of our patents. As I say, we've always been strong in licensing, but we wanted to create more and more spin-outs. Also, we run some accelerator programs as well, that have been possible because of this partnership. So when you look at the number of the spin-outs created and you compare them with the UK activity, you pretty much have the three universities you always expect to see, or the golden triangle. So it's Oxford, Cambridge, and Imperial College. Oxford and Cambridge are more or less always there. So if 1 year Oxford is number one for number of spin-outs, possibly the year Cambridge is number one for number of for the amounts of money kind of attracted into those spin-outs, and the other way around the year later. So we're almost very close in terms of where do we stand on a global. Oxford and Cambridge are definitely in the same ballpark of the American universities. We have different structures. It's not just for office work in a different way, by numbers of companies created and numbers of money raised for those spin-outs. So we are very much in the same. A number that is interesting here is the one of the external fund raised for Oxford since 2011, and it stands at 2.4 billion. So quite a substantial amounts of money raised for the creation of new companies. And as I say, in 2018, it was $500 million just in 1 year. Nice Star story, I already spoke about it. It's one that we're quite proud because it was incubated for quite a long time within OUI. And so we work with them through our investment funds to help them accelerate and progress their technology before allowing the company to be created, and it's been repaid, let's say, in an acquisition within 6 years. So I want to now talk about the quantum computing portfolio, which is where I've been working for the last 3.5 years. 3.5 years, I wasn't at Oxford. I joined OUI only 3.5 years. And when I started, there was quite a substantial patent portfolio on quantum computing. I think it was around 13, if not 15. But there were no quantum computing companies being created. There were some activities, but the main change the main catalyst there was that the UK government had, in 2015, created a number of hubs for the development of quantum technology. A program was around 270 million, which is extra money, added money to the normal research funds. And Oxford was able to win 32 million of that money to create a quantum information and technology hub together with other universities. Oxford was the main center. So that allowed basically to have fresh capital in, people concentrating on developing technology rather than chasing, grants all the time. The program was for 4 years, and we are lucky that the program is completed, but the government is keeping putting money into the quantum technology sector. We had an announcement that was before the lockdown, that it was going to be built in the UK National Quantum Computing Center, like a government center, and there was going to be more funding for companies rather than just universities. So the story goes that I was probably lucky because I was able to work with a solid patent portfolio, and I knew that there was interest from the VCs, local and non-local, about quantum computing. So there was lots talking about it, and definitely had very good academics. But nevertheless, it took time and quite effort. So I don't know if you ever heard of the phrase herding cats, which is, try to herd the cats. It's very difficult. And so with academics, it's a bit like that because they are busy doing several things. The commercialization is only one of the things. They're doing the research, they're doing the teaching, they have the bureaucracy to handle, and then they want to create companies as well. And so it's like creating quantum computing spin-outs or spin-outs is, in general, in universities, like herding cats, but then the cat is on top of a very stubborn goat, and then the goat is on top of a quite slow turtle. So, as I say, we were in a very good position, but not everything was as straightforward as it will look like from our side. Nevertheless, as I say, in 3.5 years, we have created 4 distinct quantum computing companies. And they're all mostly originally hardware companies, and they're developing the software side as well. And so I suggest to you, if you are interested into the field, to go and Google and look for them. The first company is Oxford Quantum Circuits. Oxford Quantum Circuits work in the superconductors field like IBM does. The second one is Quantum Motion. This is in collaboration with UCL. It means the qubit. They are based on silicon technology. It's on spin on silicon. The third company, Oxford Ionics, works on ion traps, similar to the American IonQ. And the fourth one created the Orca computing, actually use a photonic approach to build a quantum computer. Of course, the major player here we know in quantum computing are in the United States, but as I say, I think the UK has done well, and I definitely know that these American VCs are looking at these companies with quite close attention, and so are their competitors. Total private capital raised so far by these companies in a relatively short time. We're talking mostly about seed, and I think only Quantum Motion has really just closed the Series A. is at around 16 million pounds. Plus, I think there is around a 5 million grants value has been added through them participating to Innovate UK, which is a government support fund and organization to enhance the innovation in Great Britain. So I come to the end of my talk. Lesson learned. I think there were several lessons learned. I just put 6 here. First of all, strategic investment from government is essential. And I think private capital is being interested in investing in Oxford because they thought that there was a government support for the activity, and not only there was in the past, but there is still government support for to place the Great Britain, you know, in the competition arena for quantum computing. You need to build those strengths. Not everything will be on your doorstep, so you need to go and create those collaboration where is needed. Try to be humble, not always easy, but you know you have don't think that you can create everything from nothing. So we in our organization, as you know, follows the universities helping them, and we did an early investment in the patent application in this field. Some of the patents were a little bit earlier than the government support, and so that was quite important. It is a cost and it is an uncertainty, but it is an investment and a risk that you need to take if you believe in the strategy and in the field. I'm not a quantum computing scientist myself, so as a technology transfer manager, you need to understand the field. And so there is quite a quick learning that I had to do, and you need to know the global players as well. So venture funds and then private investors, as I say, they look after the money and they need convincing. Just because there is a hype around a certain topic doesn't mean that the money is easy to raise. The process of due diligence, as my academics, myself, and everybody working on this, has been quite thorough and is taking quite a lot of effort. So I think starting conversation earlier rather than later is a good thing. Most of these funds will be helpful also in helping you develop your business plan and your commercial proposition. You need to be patient. I think there have been times during these 3.5 years where some of the companies that we were working on and we then spin out, I didn't think they were going to happen anytime soon. There were moments where you doubt if you were doing the right thing, but patience and persistence paid off. And then you need luck. So if you can be lucky, please be lucky. As I say, it is a question of cycles as well. And in this case, everything seems to have worked in the right direction for us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marco. Yes, definitely, we are lucky to have you with us today, and there's a lot of questions which during the discussions after the sessions we're going to jump on, and we are diving deeper considering ecosystems of innovations and development, Latvian experience in quantum computing. My huge pleasure and honor to introduce here on the stage Mr. Andris Ambainis, University of Latvia. Please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thanks for inviting me to speak at this event, and congratulations to Patent Office on its 100 years. So what I'll tell will be scientist's perspective of quantum computing. This is a field in which I have been for 23 years so far, from the moment when it was a wild idea of a few scientists to today, when it's becoming a field where intellectual property is protected and startups are created. So quantum computing combines quantum mechanics with computer science. The basic idea of quantum computing is to use quantum effects for computing and communication. And we encode information into quantum states, like spins of atoms, and then we compute by manipulating the quantum states. And quantum computing can be fundamentally faster than conventional computing. And now we are at the stage where the large IT companies of the world have moved into quantum computing, and they have produced the first devices. Most notably, Google's 72-qubit quantum device, which achieved quantum supremacy a few months ago. And the topic on which my research group in Latvia has been working for all this time is what can we do with a quantum computer when we build it? And today I will describe a few things that we have developed, algorithms that we would be able to run on a quantum computer one day. So the first algorithm that we have developed is for finding equal elements in large sets of data. Like you can think of this problem as having a large list of numbers in which you have to find two equal numbers. And it turns out that quantum computers can do this faster than conventional computers. A conventional quantum computer would need to go through all lists and to look at every number in this list, and a quantum computer would be able to do this in parallel. So for, say, list of 1 million numbers, this would mean going from 1 million steps of computation to roughly 10,000. Another thing on which we have worked is solving systems of linear equations on a quantum computer. And we have contributed to finding a fast quantum algorithm to this problem. The original idea came from a group of scientists at University of Bristol, UK, and MIT, and we contributed to improving it and making this algorithm even faster. And this is something that has the potential of being useful in many areas because linear equations are a basic mathematical primitive that is applicable to many areas, from modeling physical processes to scheduling, and a fast quantum algorithm would be applicable to all of those areas. And most recently, we have worked on quantum speedups for smart search algorithms. So the basic setting here is that quantum algorithms can search large amounts of data faster than conventional computers can. But then, on the other hand, for conventional computers, there is this rich body of smart search algorithms that do better than simple, naive search. So the question on which we have been working is how to get the best of both worlds, how to combine insights from conventional computing on how to search data with quantum effects. So one example here is that there is this classical search heuristic called backtracking, in which one builds a solution to a task from partial solutions. So we start with this partial solution and then we try to build it up. And if we get stuck, we go one step back, we backtrack. And we try something else. And in this way, we can search through a large number of possibilities in a somewhat efficient way. And this is something that gets used in artificial intelligence. This is something that gets used in optimization. This is something that inside many algorithms that run on today's computers. So what we have discovered is that we can speed this up quantumly. We can take a pretty generic quantum classical algorithm for backtracking and get a faster quantum algorithm that would solve the same problem, but faster. And we have been a part of a number of European research projects on quantum computing. We have coordinated 2 projects that involved the leading European research organizations in the field of quantum computing. Each of these projects involved partners from 7 countries. It involved very well-known organizations. It involved top researchers. So these were basically the networks of top research groups in the theory of quantum computing. And we have also had an advanced grant from European Research Council, which is the organization that funds the top European scientists, the most selective funding organization in Europe, and this was the first European Research Council grant in Latvia, and it still remains the only one, and it's one of two advanced grants of the European Research Council in the whole Baltic states. So we are very well-established player on both Latvian and European and world scale. And now looking into future, quantum computing is becoming increasingly practical. And a major ongoing challenge is that artificial intelligence is extremely hot. So is quantum computing. Can we combine the two of them? Can we do quantum machine learning? Can we do machine learning more efficiently quantumly? And there are these first devices for quantum computing from Google, from IBM. Some of them are already being sold. There are major research institutes like Fraunhofer Institute in Germany that have bought IBM's devices. So the big question, which is still open, is what do we do with those devices? Like, we have all those quantum algorithms that we have developed, but they all require scale of quantum devices that is substantially above what compared to what we have now. So what are the algorithms that we can run on the devices that we have now or will have in 5 years? And there is also an increasing interest from industry in solving their problems on quantum computers. Big companies like Siemens, Bosch, or Airbus are starting to ask, how can quantum computing be useful for us? And how will it be useful to us in 15 years? So they are starting to provide their use cases and looking for solutions to those cases. And I think there is a major task here to bring all the parties together. Users, designers of algorithms, designers of hardware. And quantum computing is also getting interesting from the intellectual property perspective. Now, uses of quantum computers are increasingly within the time frame of a lifetime of a patent. If something is patented now, it will stay protected for 20 years. And within 20 years, we might have much better quantum devices. So now it's starting to make sense to protect algorithms and methods for computation because they might be useful for 10 or 15 years, and the patent will be still valid then. Thanks.
Thank you very much to Mr. Andris Ambainis, and the message is pretty clear, preparing for the future. And as Mr. Andris Ambainis said, we have many open questions, and considering this conference, either the questions during the time shuttle we have, the questions you have given in the Slido polls, we will address in the final debate, in the final panel session, what we have after the break. We have now 3 minutes break, and during the break you can enjoy yourself with a poll considering another entertaining question on inventions from Latvia. So enjoy yourselves for 3 minutes, and then we are back with a final panel discussion. And we are back from the shortest break in the history, and we continue our conference here considering intellectual property, vision without illusion, and now we are bringing much more discussion into the game. Before we said see ya, before the break, we posed the question, and the question was, which Latvian invention connects US President Ronald Reagan, writer Mark Twain, and detective Sherlock Holmes? And there was a set of answers, and the pipe is a proper answer. And logically, pipe is linking back to inventors and inventions, because this pipe was invented, this special type we recognize from movies and from the history, by Karl Peterson, or in Latvian, Kārlis Petersons. And his invention was patented in the United Kingdom and was really a hit. And now Knapp and Peterson brand is working even today, Peterson system pipe, so everything goes on for centuries. And now when you see Mark Twain smoking or Sherlock Holmes, then remember Latvians are behind that. But now we are switching back to serious stuff and serious business, and one of the dominant questions in Q&A session in a previous part of conference was considering future prospects. Where do experts see going the system in 10, 15 years? And in this panel session, we are bringing into the game also the youth, or young people, youth, young entrepreneurs within the ecosystem of inventions. And we have a wonderful team of panel discussants, and I will say loudly your name, and that's the moment when you also can bring your knowledge and start to speak. So we're going to start our panel discussion with Ms. Justina Pech, European Union Intellectual Property Office. So the question is, future and youth within the ecosystem of inventions and innovations. How do you see that? We are happy to have you here.
Well, thank you very, very much. I'm going to share the presentation so you can see. Do you see it correctly?
Yes, we see it. We hope it's correctly.
Perfect. Okay, thank you very much. So indeed, the future is now. The future is with the future generations, with young Europeans who are inventing at the more and more early age. And that's why we have, in the EU IPO, created a project which is called IP in Education, which aim is to bring IP into the classrooms. And how did we do it? Of course, EU IPO is not very much an expert in education. So we have decided to create a network, IP in Education network, which is chaired by the task force, and Kari Kivinen, who will speak after me, will explain a little bit because he's playing a key role in chairing this network. It's a network which puts together IP offices and the ministries of education. It's extremely important because these two worlds rarely talk to each other. They have different priorities, and we decided to put them together and try together to develop some activities to help this young generation to learn about intellectual property and to implement their creations, innovations in their professional life. And as you can see on the presentation, I'm very happy to inform you that, of course, Latvia is very much present. We have, of course, the Latvian office and also the National Center for Education of Republic of Latvia. So we are collaborating quite closely. What exactly we are focusing on? We are focusing on providing key resources and materials for children in schools, for teachers, so that the educational community can teach about IP in an entertaining and fun way through different concepts of creativity, innovation, entrepreneurship. Of course, due to the crisis that we have now, there is more and more pressure to develop materials and resources in which could be used online. So we have created different materials. We have a dedicated website, which is called Ideas Powered at School. And on this website, we put all the knowledge gathered from schools, from educational institutions, from teachers. We translate a lot of materials. You can see here a creative diary. It's like a elementary for children to learn about creativity, to learn about trademarks. It is translated in all the languages, so also in Latvian. It can be used right away. Also, we are encouraging schools to organize different events in schools. We call it IP Awareness Days, where they can use different materials provided by us. And of course, we are encouraging teachers and teacher training institutes to go through a special IP training. I heard today in the introductions that in Latvia there is a lot of activities and the teachers are being trained. We are preparing, and we have prepared already quite substantial amount of activities for teachers and for teacher training. They can be also translated into Latvian, and if the office is interested or whoever is interested, we can provide translations and we can provide guidance to use these materials and to help teachers raise different issues linked to intellectual property in schools. And we also provide on our website a resource database. It's a hub where we gather all the possible materials from different countries and from different stakeholders that have been produced, and that they have some good ideas about intellectual property, so that everyone can share what has been developed. It's kind of like a best practice sharing. And we can also help if someone is interested in resources being developed in Denmark. We can also help in translating and in connecting different parties together. The project has quite ambitious plan for the next 5 years. We had a very successful meeting 2 weeks ago of the whole network, and we are going to enlarge this network. We are going to involve more and more educators and education specialists in this network. So it's not only IP offices and ministries of education, but also other key players in the area. We will focus more and more on teachers training and on teachers engagement. So we want to collaborate with whatever teacher institutions are in the member states to help them introduce the IP teachers training. We'll collaborate also with text publishers, because they are the key parties who are adapting the curricula following different changes, notably the changes recommendations that came from the European Union in 2018, where a lot of IP issues were introduced into the key competences that are supposed to be taught at schools, but also beyond the schools. And we are very proud that the network was collaborating on these key competences, and it's a common effort to have these IP competences in this IP and motions in these IP competences that are recommended for the whole Europe to implement. We'll continue with the materials, IP materials. So if you are aware of any good materials that could be inspiring in Latvian, that have been used in the schools, we're very happy to learn and to use them and include them in our website. We will work very closely, of course, with the EU institutions, but also with WIPO. WIPO is very much interested to also share their experience and to use materials that we developed outside of the EU. We want to promote the project, so we are welcoming any communication from any site about this project. Whoever is interested can always enter the website, search for information. There's also an email address, and we are going to support anyone who is interested. And then also within the office, the EUIPO, we have carried out various activities, financial activities. The Latvian IP office is of course aware of the bilateral agreements that the office has with the EUIPO. We are financing different activities, and we are also encouraging a lot the IP offices to carry out educational activities in their national language in their countries.
Justyna,
So,
thank you very much. We are a bit short of time. So you wonderfully wrapped this up, and we are linking that automatically together with the next speaker. And the next speaker is Mr. Kari Kivinen, IP in Education Network Task Force of EU IPQ. So the floor goes directly from Justyna to you, and you are kind of complementary each other. Kari, do you hear us?
Yes, I promise to complete what Justyna has said. Congratulations for Latvia and the Latvian Patent Office. I will be very brief. Our network has been working quite intensively, And the reason why we do it is obvious. There are a problem to be solved. The attitudes of young generation in Europe could be much better towards IP. The attitudes are measured by EU-IPO Observatory every 4 years, and the latest information is alarming. So we have to do something. And the question is, how can we reach over 100 million youngsters in Europe to change their attitudes? And the answer is obvious. We can only do it through education and through schools and through compulsory education mainly. But how to do it in practice? Because in EU, every country has sovereignty on the education system. So that's why the network has been working hard in order to find common views and common approaches. And we are happy to confirm, which Justina said, that the new key competencies for lifelong learning have been approved and signed by all the ministries of education. It means that in the next coming years, all our EU member states have in the curriculum clear IP-related issues. But it's not enough. We have to go from the theory to practice, and we have to support our teachers. And at this moment, we have noticed, for example, during the past 2 months, that the lockdown period, the homeschooling, has created a lot of copyright-related questions to teachers. What are the materials they can share with the pupils, and where are the limits of the copyrights? And we have to support the teachers by providing them clear information. And this is a task of every member state, every IP office, every Ministry of Education, because the laws are slightly different in every country. We have to also provide the teachers materials and training. And this is once again something the network can support. We can create good ideas, we can share the good practice, we can share what is happening somewhere and transform it to somewhere elsewhere. But there is a huge need of doing something right now. Luckily, last week or 2 weeks ago, we had a network member meeting where we agreed of the 5-year period of very, ambitious plans. And we are absolutely needing every country, every IP office, every Ministry of Education to participate in the network work so that we can solve the problems linked to the attitudes of youngsters, and also that we can promote the teaching in IP in different subjects, in different areas. And this is what we do, and this is we are committed to do in the future. This is very short presentation of very complex and big issue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kari. And now we are bringing the floor for those who are here in the studio in a very alive mode, different connotation for the word being alive these days. So Santa, we are speaking on the future, and you are representative of Latvian Patent Office, Santa Darde. So how do you see the future and the young people within this formula of ecosystem we are discussing today?
Thank you for your question, and thank you, Kari, thank you, Justina, for providing such a good insight into the activities regarding the IP and education network. And we would like to say that we are very honored to have you as speakers for this panel to talk about the future of IP for youth. And regarding the question, the main and the focal point for us is fostering public awareness of IP, and fostering public awareness of IP, especially for younger generations, for youngsters. We are taking a lot of effort to develop real and practical materials, real educational materials for our students, for our pupils, for school children. And the biggest challenge for us is to find the key messages and the ways how to communicate with youth, how to communicate with the young people, and how to deliver the message, the main message about IP, about protecting creativity, protecting creative works in an easy and comprehensive way for them to talk their language, to provide the information which would be useful for them, being creative, and this is the main challenge for us right now. And here I would like to highlight our very successful collaboration with EUIPO regarding IP in Education Network and ideas-powered projects, as well as our successful collaboration with national institutions and organizations, for example, NGO Junior Achievement Latvia. Since 2015, we are participating in different kind of student trade fairs, different kind of educational seminars, trainings, and shadow days, campaigns. And right after my speech, you will hear one inspiring success story from Kristians Landsmanis, who also was a participant of such a trade fair from Junior Achievement Latvia, and how IP helped him to deliver and to promote his creativeness and to protect his own business idea. And regarding the challenges we already had overcome, our first step was to deliver a comprehensive and practical material to schools. For example, there is one wonderful initiative which we have developed together with National Educational Center, methodological material, the journey into the industrial property world. And this material was disseminated all over Latvia. In all 5 regions, we have provided seminars, trainings, and lectures to teachers. But then we realized that it's not enough just to deliver good materials and to provide an information. We need something to engage pupils, to engage students more. And then we decided to launch video competition, Think, Do, Create, in order to make them more aware about IP issues, in order to make them engage and ask about IP questions at schools, so that there is a link between theory and practice. And yeah, the result of our first video competition was very successful, and we've got so many applications, we've got so many videos. And the last year, at World IP Day, we had an award ceremony, and we do plan to continue this initiative and to engage youth, our youngsters, more and more. Talking about our role in creating the world of IP for tomorrow's youth, I would like to quote Nelson Mandela when he said that actually education is the biggest weapon. And we believe, the Patent Office believe that if we will provide educational materials and trainings in a comprehensive way to our youngsters and to our younger generations, they will be more aware how to protect their rights, how to protect their creative works, and be more competitive and more successful even from younger age. Thank you.
Thank you, Santa, and thank you for such an elegant way how to pass the mic to next speaker of ours, Mr. Kristians Landsmanis, Simple Plus Limited, and you are introduced as one of those who is within the process, being young, being brave, being with the knowledge of IP. So my question is, continuing Santa's idea, why you should be considered with IP, and what's your story?
Cheers to everyone. So yeah, my name is Kristians Landsmanis, and I founded my first company at the age of 17. actually, to be honest, at that point in time, I didn't have any idea that I need to protect my industrial design or like innovation what I was providing to customers. But after a couple of months, I started thinking about that there can be other people who can make something similar to what I'm making, because it's not like a huge innovation in the market. It's just like a design which I came up with my team. And then I decided that it's a great way to start by just creating your industrial design, which is actually really cheap here in Latvia, and it's quite a fast process to do it. And what's the reason behind this is that actually in those trade fairs, Junior Achievement, what was mentioned before, there are a lot of companies who are producing very similar things. And even among those youngsters, those who win in those Junior Achievement competitions every single year, they get this ticket to European finals. And everyone wants to be in those European finals. And very often in the next year, there are a lot of companies who want to create similar products which were successful in the last year, you know. And there starts to become a question like, why should I need my industrial design, you know, why I need to patent my innovation or something like that. And it's just like, it's so easy to see it in Junior Achievement, those competitions and trade fairs, when in the next year there's really, really similar idea what was in the year before, you know. And it was the same in my experience when we won Latvian finals, went to Europe, got a second place there. And then in the next year I was like a jury member, and I saw that there are couple of products which are very, very similar to what I made. So, and that's the question what I need to raise when I go in those jury, you know, asking those student companies about why they decided to come up with such similar idea. And I feel that Latvian Republic, like Patent Office, is doing really, really good job, because they are going directly to those Junior Achievement participants and those student companies which are like the main audience which are thinking about this industrial design. Because millennials and Generation Z, I think they are not considering this intellectual property once they haven't tried to create something unique by their own. So that's a really important thing when you meet those guys, those young entrepreneurs like myself in real practice, and then ask this question and raise awareness about IP in their business.
Thank you very much, Kristians. Now we are all on the same page, those in Zooms and those here in the room, in rooms and Zooms. The question is, well, if we look very quickly, because our time is running out, the first step for tomorrow, I always call this kind of mind exercise, first step for tomorrow, what we can do, what governments can do, what society can do, if we are looking on precise one step starting tomorrow. And maybe we can think, we can consider, we can meditate, we can contemplate on that question, and then we can answer. Who is the brave one, the first one who wants to answer? Yay, wonderful, Justina, please.
Thank you. I think that the first step, and it's always, and the second, the third, it's to share experience and to exchange knowledge. And we can exchange as UIPO knowledge with the Latvian office, the Latvian office with its own counterparts in educational area. I think sharing of common understanding of issues, also online, creating common platforms where different parties, interesting young also entrepreneurs could find information and could share their stories and could see what kind of remedies or help could be found online. So sharing knowledge, for me, it's the first step, and the second and the third.
Wonderful, wonderful. Sharing knowledge. Thank you very much. Kari, yes, your perspective.
So, like I said, a lot of homeschooling has taken place, and pupils and teachers are struggling in different places. I don't know the situation exactly in Latvia about what are they supposed to use. Clear instructions how copyrights are in education working in your country for teachers and students and parents. That's easy to do, and it could be applied straight away. This is my to empower so that everybody can be as creative, innovative, and entrepreneurial as possible. Thanks.
Thank you. So clear instructions, clear roadmaps, what we are doing. Yes, Christian, please.
Yeah. I think that's really important is just to share what you said before about knowledge, but the simple knowledge is like, it's actually really cheap for students to create this industrial design or innovation. It's not so hard to do it, because for me, at first it was like big question, should I do it? Because it's going to take a lot of my time. I would rather make some other innovation in my product or something like that. But at the same time, it was really, really easy to do it, and it was relatively cheap. So I would say that emphasizing these two aspects, that it's cheap and it's easy to protect your own idea, your innovation, your trademark, whatever, it's going to help to increase this awareness of this IP.
So being brave and just making the step. Santa, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Christian. It's really very nice to hear that we found that way to communicate about IP issues, talking with youngsters, with our youth. So you are the best example so far that our message was very clear for you, and the registration process and also IP part was easy for you to understand. I totally agree that sharing knowledge is the first and the crucial part in all this story. But for us as a patent office, the second main aim would be to find the ways to be closer to our youth and to find the key messages how to communicate about IP. Because IP sometimes is not easy to communicate about, especially with youth, with youngsters. And of course, we will further take steps to implement different kind of campaigns and events in order to share the message and also to implement other educational materials and spread them all over Latvian schools. Beyond that, we see also some kind of initiatives that could be implemented for students, for higher education, for example, in collaboration with WIPO Academy, or for example, with collaboration with EYPO Academy.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And in this particular wonderful moment, I'm saying thank you very much to all our panel discussants, Justina, Kari, Santa, Christians, thank you very much for being here. And according to our poll that was going parallelly in a Slido, majority totally supports the idea to include IP topics in curricula. So there is a huge popular support behind that. We are closing our conference at this particular moment, and we want to measure your feelings considering this conference, which was extremely intense from information perspective. So you can vote for the sense of playing around with the songs we know. If you think everything was super cool, uber cool, then vote for Just Can't Get Enough, Depeche Mode. If it was great, maybe I'm Amazed, Paul McCartney. If it goes down, then you see No Surprises, Radiohead, a little less conversation, Elvis Presley, and I still haven't found what I'm looking. You too. Wonderful, wonderful. So vote, and while we are voting, considering the conference we have had, we're going to watch also one nice, wonderful short video from Patent Office.
Kur rodas izcili izgudrojumi un inovācijas? Vidē, kur idejas satiekas ar iespējām tās realizēt. No vienkāršiem atradumiem ar praktisku nozīmi līdz tehniskiem risinājumiem un izgudrojumiem mašīnbūvē, elektrotehnikā, zemkopībā un aviācijā. Latvija ir vieta, kur tavas idejas var pārtapt inovatīvos risinājumos, par kuriem nākotnē iespējams dzirdēs teju visa pasaule. Iespējams, tev ir unikāls izgudrojums, vai arī esi radījis inovatīvu dizainu preču zīmi, kuru vēlies aizsargāt. Tieši šim nolūkam jau pirms 100 gadiem, 1920. gadā, dibinot valsti, tika likti rūpnieciskā īpašuma aizsardzības pamati un izveidota patentu valde. Šodien patentu valde ir Tieslietu ministrijas padotībā esoša iestāde, un tās pārziņā ir 3 galvenie rūpnieciskā īpašuma stūrakmeņi – patenti, preču zīmes un dizaina paraugi. Uzņēmēji, dizaineri, izgudrotāji ir aicināti aizsargāt savu rūpniecisko īpašumu pie mums, patentu valdē. Mēs esam galvenais atbalsta punkts tiem, kas vēlas aizsargāt savas tehniskās jaunradas risinājumus, vairot produkta atpazīstamību, gūt patērētāju uzticību un būt soli priekšā konkurentiem. Mūsu iestādē strādā zinoši un augsti kvalificēti speciālisti, kas palīdzēs jums orientēties rūpnieciskā īpašuma aizsardzības jomā. Mēs sniedzam mūsdienīgus pakalpojumus atbilstoši starptautiski atzītiem kvalitātes standartiem. Šodien pieteikt savu patentu, preču zīmi vai dizaina paraugu varat nevien klātienē, bet pavisam ērti un vienkārši tiešsaistē. Mēs rūpējamies par to, lai jūs būtu informēts par rūpnieciskā īpašuma priekšrocībām un to savlaicīgi aizsargātu. Veicinām bērnu un jauniešu izglītošanu, godinām Latvijas izcilākos izgudrotājus, suminām Latvijas uzņēmējus konkursā Gada preču zīme, atbalstām Latvijas dizainerus. Aktīvi piedalāmies Latvijas mēroga inovāciju, uzņēmējdarbības un jaunrades pasākumos. Piedāvājam individuālas konsultācijas un informācijas meklējumus par rūpnieciskā īpašuma objektiem. Lai veicinātu ekonomikas izaugsmi un attīstību, sadarbojamies ar vietējām institūcijām un profesionālajām organizācijām. Mēs īstenojam aktīvu sadarbību ar Pasaules intelektuālā īpašuma organizāciju, Eiropas Savienības intelektuālā īpašuma biroju un Eiropas patentu iestādi, kā arī citām starptautiskām organizācijām, pārņemot labāko praksi rūpnieciskā īpašuma aizsardzības jomā. Liec rūpnieciskajam īpašumam darboties savā labā.
And with this inspirational video, we are saying, see you soon, stay smart, stay safe, stay protected. And looking at our public voting, the dominant answer, considering this conference, is just can't get enough. So we here, and we definitely going to consider to continue this talk and this type of conferences. Thank you very much, organizers, and stay well.